All right, I think I'm set. I think I got it for once. Hello, hello. Good morning or good evening for all the folks on the other side of the world. Welcome to another stream where this time we're going to be editing your photos with the natural fills preset. So everyone took some time and submitted some photos, and I didn't get too many photos. So what I'll do is I'll occasionally drop the link so y'all can submit some more. So if you're joining in on the stream and you never submitted a photo, feel free to jump in and submit a photo, and we'll see if we can get it in the edit of the stream. Let me see if I can find this link real quick. Here it goes. So if y'all have not submitted a photo, make sure to drop it in there. Thank you for all the birthday wishes, y'all. We got Nepal in the house. Look, Fujifilm sent me this little Fuji creator hoodie. It came like right before my birthday. Can y'all see that? How cool. What I like about it too is it's not there's not a lot of branding on the whole hoodie. It's just that one little creator thing on the side, so it's nice. I hate when like you work for a company and they give you a hoodie and it has like their logo plastered everywhere and it just doesn't look good, you know? Hey y'all, yeah, happy birthday, yeah! Where's the link? I just dropped it here. I'll drop it one more time for you. Bam. How old am I? I'm kind of old. I'm not close to it, but approaching 40 in the next 5 or so years. So that gives y'all an idea of where I am in life. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Let me know when you come to England. I just got a wedding inquiry from a couple who's in the UK, and I wanted to come, but I told them I didn't feel comfortable signing a contract just yet because travel's not like back to normal. So I wouldn't want to sign a contract and then for some reason not be able to come to the wedding. But one of these days I'll be over there. I've never left the States, so I am looking to go somewhere, hopefully, at some point in time. Here, let's go ahead and start jumping into this. Only dropped one in. It's one of the bride and groom trying to kiss each other. Nice. Yeah, I'm just gonna go in order of the photos. And I'm also gonna give you all like slight critiques, but again, like I'm not a photo master or anything, so my critiques are mainly just gonna be on things that stand out to me and things that you might be able to change and try. But again, everything is just based on my own opinion. So it's not like what I say is like the end all be all. It's just some more things, because it's always nice to be able to see how someone else is seeing your photo and then learn from it. So if you submitted a photo, definitely get it in there. I'm gonna post one more time and I'll post later as well. Feel free to submit some photos if you have not already. I am editing y'all's photos today. How long I go, I don't know. It will mainly depend on how many photos you all actually submit too. So we'll go from there. Also, before I start, how's the music sounding compared to my voice? Is it too loud? Is it too quiet? I want y'all to be able to vibe out too while we're editing. I'm a master. Yeah. We're all learning here. Art and photography is a life lesson, something you learn throughout life. So all right, let's jump in here. What do we got? What do we got here? Good old Canon 6D. My first camera. How I love it. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Oh, you know what? Let me open my thing. Okay. So I can see what's happening. Music is just right. Getting them vibes in there. I got my coffee. I got them vibes. You can blast it now. The main complaint I always get on my channel is like music is too loud. So Good old 6D. You know what? So I saw this photo when I was like importing everything, and I was just like, oh man. I was like, this looks so good. And you know why it was? Because I was remembering. Oh, yep. That is exactly why. Yo, this was my favorite setup when I was on Canon. I had a Canon 6D and the Sigma 50 art. That's why I knew, like, I just felt this photo in my soul. I was like, that was my setup. It was my go-to. I loved it so much. 50mm art was so good. I'm actually thinking about buying a 35 art for one of my Nikon film cameras. So we'll see if that works out and everything. Where can I send? What? I don't know what that is. Here's that's Dropbox links if you want to send some raw photos. Happy birthday, John. Just want to say I'm a big fan of your work. Thank you so much. So let's jump in. Natural fill edits are pretty quick. One thing for me is their placement. I don't know. I feel like there's too much floor and not enough sky. I would have placed them down further, but throw that natural fills on there. Make sure it is set for Canon. And off the bat, them magentas are feeling too hard, which is funny because I'm a magenta guy overall. Yeah, and I think the white balance is always the bane of my existence. The oranges are feeling too harsh, so we're gonna come down to HSL and turn that down a bit. Pop them shadows up a little bit. But I don't want to lose the shadows too much. So in a case like this where they're kind of backlit, what I'll do is paint an adjustment brush of shadow save. Oops. This way I can adjust the shadows on them and make them pop out a little bit more, but also not suck the shadows out of like the whole photo. Am I gonna be able to watch this later? Yes, you will be able to. This will stay up on the channel. Happy birthday, yeah! Thank you. Gonna be old enough soon to get a senior citizen discount. Not yet. I still got a whiles for that. Hopefully, that'll be fun. Get that senior citizen in there. So cool. We threw some shadow save on them, and maybe I'll bump it up a little bit more. Just a tiny bit, just to suck the shadows out of them. But the biggest thing is you don't want to make it look too artificial. Or even what you can do, so you can turn the shadows down so the rest of the photo has shadows, and then go back to your adjustment brush and then turn the shadows up on just them. Hi, I discovered your channel recently. I have your presets and they are great. Awesome, thank you. As a newbie, I appreciate all your content. Awesome, awesome. Thank you all so much. Yeah, that's feeling pretty good. Again, the way I work with my preset is I don't put any sharpening on it. That happens at the export stage. That's just me, myself, when I'm doing it at home. The preset itself also has sharpening on it, but I'm not gonna do any of that here. But here's our before and after. Ah, look at that. Oh, look at that edit. Sometimes I forget. Like, I haven't edited in a while, so I use my own preset and I'm like, man, that looks good. Yeah, I'm gonna change that crop. You know, I want to kind of do a 16:9. Yeah, I like that fully center weighted kind of crop, but that's just me. I would love it if you made a vintage preset. So one of the biggest things with presets is this preset that I sell is literally my preset. Like, it's what I use on all my photos. So I don't know if I would ever actually make presets in like different styles and things, because what I'm doing here is really sharing my look with everybody, rather than it just being making presets for presets sake to make money. Like, it's literally me sharing the look. If y'all would like to get into it, this is a great photo. I love this. So maybe one day I'll make a different preset, but I don't think so. I think what I want to focus on is porting the natural fills preset to multiple different platforms. So like Capture One, Luminar, whatever I can get my hands on. So this is the same photographer, also rocking the 35 Sigma Art. So I'm assuming this is also the Canon 6D. Yep, it is. My first ever camera. So we throw natural fills on there, bump up this exposure a tad, lift the shadows and add some magenta because it's a little too green, and ta-da! And that's what I love about my preset. Like, and really it was made in like a wedding photographer's kind of perspective. Like, I don't want to sit around editing for 50 years. I want to be able to just be like, bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay, it's done. And if I can't do that, then I'm like missing out, you know? So after I did the lens adjustments, that left side is like super bright. So I decided I'm just gonna do some shadow saving on them again. For my own weddings, I try not to do this too much. Anything where I have to like nitpick a single photo is not my jam. If I wanted to, I know Reggie Ballesteros, which if y'all don't watch him, y'all need to get on his channel too. He does this a lot, and I don't do a lot of it, but he'll use the graduated filter, which I probably should start using it more. So see, I just did exposure, which that was a little heavy, but I can kind of control that left side a little bit. Maybe drop the highlights some, so that left side's not blown out so hard. Love your content, and it's helped a lot. Fellow Fuji user and bought the preset. Awesome. Please turn your camera settings. The camera settings are on. Can y'all see it? It's up there at the top left. Are you using a tab? I'm using a mouse. Actually, I made it too dark, I feel like. There we go. Ta-da! So here's our before and after. Looking pretty solid. I think helping that left side was good. That's why, and again, as a student of art in general, you should always pay attention to what other people are doing, because seeing Reggie use the graduated filter all the time, I was just like, huh, I never do that. Here we go, new photographer now. This is on a 51.8. It is a DNG Nikon 850. Yep, it felt like a Nikon. So first thing for me here that stands out is I'm like kind of extra about trying to get my line straight, and it doesn't look like this wall is straight. So I'll come to the transform section and see what auto wants to do, and it didn't really do anything. This wall doesn't feel straight to me. Yeah, like I feel like it wants to be there. Get this line straight. You know, maybe crop a little bit. Center them up some. Sent you some photos I did during a video shoot. I was using a 6D and a nifty 50. Good old nifty 50. So let's throw the natural fills on here. Make sure it's set for Nikon. And just turn up the exposure just a tad, because this is basically direct sun. And turn down the orange just a little bit. How do you know if you picked one of our pictures from the stream? I'm going in order. I actually just started, so it'll be in here. I'm just going in order of all the photos that I received. So there's no picking and choosing. We're gonna edit it all. So here's the before and after. Not much of a big change there. And again, that's kind of the point of the natural fills. Is it's supposed to be a nice natural feel to the photo, especially the way this one is lit. Like there's not much that's gonna be changed here. I really just kind of straightened up this background so this wall feels more straight. I think the wall was straight, but the asphalt at the bottom wasn't, which is probably why you didn't think it was straight. Maybe, I don't know. Everything looks straight now that and again, when we think of straight, it's not just the horizon. You also have to think about like the front and back, which is why, you know, you have vertical, horizontal, and rotate. So what I was noticing is that the horizontal wasn't straight. The line was kind of leaning back. Now the wall itself, as far as rotating, was straight, but one side was kind of dipping back a little bit. Happy birthday. Hello from Greece. Hello, hello. Love your job and recently bought the presets. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm actually a teen actor and sent in some unedited portraits of mine. Awesome. So here we are with a new photographer. And what was this on? This is EOS Rebel 7 Ti with the 51.8 on it. This is good. I had no idea this. And see, y'all, that's why I like this photo. Like, that's a great shot. And that was a T7i. Let me do this one first. So the one thing I did notice from these photos, so it looks like the ISO, yeah, 2500, it's way too high. And sometimes too, when you're shooting stuff, just remember, and I'm gonna do a video on the exposure triangle soon. So y'all definitely, if you're not subscribed, you know, subscribe for that, but it's coming soon. I wanna do it in like the next month or so. But the biggest thing is understanding not only the exposure triangle, but what each of your attributes kind of affect in your photo. So me looking at these settings, I definitely would not have brought my ISO that high. Keep in mind, if there is some light, you can underexpose to a degree. You don't want to underexpose too much, but you can do it. So what's happening here is this shutter speed is way too low. This needs to at least come up to 1/60th. And this ISO could probably drop to 2000. But the biggest thing is that shutter speed is too low, which is why this is as muddy as it is on top of the ISO. And especially for it being like a Canon like Rebel 7 T7i, you know, comparative to like the professional cameras, that's not going to be able to handle ISO the same way. And you just have to kind of know the limits of your camera. So turn up the exposure. And so anyone with any sort of brown skin, and Asians count in that, like if your skin is not white, then it's some sort of brown. You have to watch out for your oranges, because when the oranges get out of control, people look like they're glowing orange and it's not a good look. So if you saw, I'm making adjustments in the HSL just to see how that looks, and that light is throwing off a weird color, so magenta is kind of... Happy B-Day from Serbia. Awesome, welcome. Now I'm gonna go in, and as far as the grain is concerned, I don't really worry about it too much, but what I'll do is come in here and turn the luminance up until it feels about right. I don't mind a little bit of digital grain. We'll turn the details up some to kind of try and save what we can of the photo, and we'll leave it there. But yeah, it's a little soft. Also, the focus is on, I'm assuming this is her mom here, or aunt, or someone of that sort. So yeah, great photo. Here's our before and after. Does low aperture affect exposures? For example, a 1.850 with a low light. How would you expose the settings to affect this? So basically, and this is what I'm going to talk about when I do the video. So again, the exposure triangle are 3 settings. You have your aperture, your shutter speed, and your ISO. And I like to make it, I don't like to get all scientific about it. I like to make it very like layman's terms kind of stuff. So the main thing to know about when you're thinking about exposures is more so what changing one of those attributes on the exposure triangle changes. So for instance, shutter speed, when it's low, you'll create motion blur. When it's high, people will be instantly stopped. And you just need to keep that in mind. So low shutter means motion blur, high shutter means totally still frame. You have your aperture, which low aperture means more light in, a softer photo, and then a high aperture means sharper photo all across. So again, low aperture equals blurry backgrounds basically. Taylor Jackson in the house. Happy birthday. Thank you, man. And then ISO basically is higher ISO, more light, but also more grain. And what you're doing when you're figuring out the exposure triangle is just, what do I want to deal with? What gets me the best result and what can I deal with? So again, if you're like jack up the ISO, then you should know in your head, well, I'm going to get a lot of grain. And you have to weigh it out like that, which is why, honestly, one time, a lot of people ask why I don't show settings on my photos in the, like on my streams and stuff, or on my videos. And it's mainly because, in my opinion, settings don't really totally help you learn anything unless you understand what the settings are doing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I can look at this photo and say, okay, it's not sharp. And I can totally know that now because I know the ISO is high and the shutter is low. So there's probably motion blur because obviously she's like walking, and then also the ISO is high, so it's just more muddy. So, you know, that's just what it is. But as someone who doesn't understand the exposure triangle, seeing the settings is not going to help. Like this next photo, seeing the settings of a well-lit shot ain't going to help you do anything. You're not going to learn anything from that. Like 640 of a second, well, yeah, they're outside, it's bright. But do you understand that the higher your shutter is, that it stops your subjects? Because if you don't, then that settings mean nothing. So that's kind of where I sit. The one in it was, oh, Taylor Jackson! Ah! The blueprint of your photo business. How awesome. Thank you all. Thank you for dropping in, Sir Taylor Jackson the Great. Let's go ahead and edit this photo. This is also still on the Canon T7i, which again, this is great proof that you don't need like the most crazy epic camera. If you have good lighting and you understand exposure, you can make pretty much any camera look good. Obviously, lenses make a big difference there, but at the end of the day, cameras are cameras and they're gonna do a good job if you know what you're doing. So we just threw the natural fills preset on it, and honestly, this looks good to me. Like, I don't want to change anything. The exposure was just so good. Taylor Jackson and John need to make a video together. Maybe someday. The sad part is the way 2020 was, like, no one could travel. So if we get to that point, I'm sure it will happen. Like, you know what I'm most sad about is that I finally get into YouTube and start doing it, and then I'm like, maybe I'll go to WPPI, and then the world like shuts down, and I'm like, because I went to WPPI like 4 to 5 years ago, but at this point it's just like, you know, no one knew me. I was just like some rando guy there. Now, you know, when maybe people might be excited to see me or meet me, or I can talk to people, or I could do a photo walk, or could, you know, meet other people like Taylor Jackson or Manny Ortiz or something. But nope, no WPPI. So yeah, I don't know if y'all saw, because I was like over here talking, how quick this edit was. But that's the preset, y'all. Just slap it on. And I know a lot of people don't like the idea of like a one-click preset. But again, as a wedding photographer, I don't want to spend my time sitting around editing for 50 years. So we're on a new photographer now. Let's see, this photo was with a Panasonic Lumix G. That's the lens. I don't know much of anything about Panasonic. But let's go ahead and edit it. And change the corrections for the lens, which it has nothing there. John, shout out how well you explain your process. You're number one on YouTube in the photography space for this. Well, thank you. So I kind of love where the colors ended up. If anything, yeah, a little tad of magenta, because it was looking a little green. Now, the only thing about this shot for me personally is that I would love to have seen the whole bridal party. This feels like it's missing because they're cut off. So just stepping back some would have helped, and then you could have cropped it in for that. So personally, in my opinion, it's a cool shot, but I want to see everyone else rather than like a couple people. And I'm totally down to do a video whenever we can be in the same country again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, once there's a couple people I'd love to do something with, anything really. We'll do it though, we'll get in there. We'll get all the wedding photographers. There's only a handful of wedding photographers on YouTube, so we'll all get together and do like a big shootout or something. That'd be awesome. Literally about to DM Manny to hop in here. Happy birthday, thank you so much. I also own an XT4. I bought it right before the pandemic. All weddings were canceled. Not fun at all. Let me make sure this horizon's straight too, yeah. So here's our before and after. You see, crush them greens down. And yeah, that's the photo edit. You see the yellow. So one thing, and I've had a couple couples, my yellows and my like purples change a little bit. And sometimes when someone's really specific about the color, they'll be like, hey, what happened? And then I can just go in and adjust in the HSL to fix that, so. But great photo overall, thanks for sharing. Let's see, what camera we got here? EOS 5D Mark II Classic with a 24-70. I love these trees, this is a great location. So let's plop our preset on there. And again, this is gonna be one of those shots where I might wanna paint on shadow save, yeah. Because I don't wanna suck all the shadows out of the whole photo. I wanna go to the photographer lunch. Yeah, I would love to do an actual WPPI and get a bunch of the YouTube photogs together. Do like a panel or something. YouTube takeover. I wonder if WPPI would like consider sponsoring something like that. Cause like I'm sure people don't think YouTube photographers are like legitimate comparative to like the rest of the photo world, but I think it would be cool. Oh no, Lightroom, what are you thinking? I feel like it's just off. Yeah, just a little bit. That's a big thing when you're editing, y'all. Get used to your lines and being able to see when stuff is not straight. Thanks for the edits. You're welcome. Great photos. So here's our before and after this. Again, this photo was pretty clean overall, so not much really changed. What's up, John? Love your work. coming here from Yorktown, VA. I'm a photographer getting started, getting the ball rolling in my business, thinking about switching Fuji. Awesome. Just wanted to pop in and say happy birthday. Thank you so much. What's WPPI? It is the World Photographer something. It's I can't remember what it stands for. It's basically a big convention. It's like, I think the biggest one that happens here. It's usually in Las Vegas, and all the photographers get together and all the big companies get together and they show off new gear and stuff, and they have panels and speakers, and they also have classes that you can sign up for, so you can do photo walks and things with people. And I know, like Photo Me Ike, if y'all don't know him, look him up on YouTube as well. A lot of photographers will set up photo walks outside of WPPI, because since all the photographers are together, they figured, you know, may as well do a photo walk or something of that sort. So I would love to do stuff like that. Or again, like Taylor Jackson and me and Manny and a bunch of people from YouTube get together and just do like a huge photo shootout or a session or something of that sort. Happy birthday, Google account. Here we have some studio work. What's the difference between Lightroom Classic and regular Lightroom? I have the regular one. So Lightroom Classic gives you the full features of Lightroom and all the editing options. The normal Lightroom or Lightroom CC is pretty good, but it's lacking some stuff that you get from Lightroom Classic. So if you're trying to do fully 100% professional work, you're gonna wanna try and use Classic, just because especially when it comes to exporting your photos, you have more options and control over how you're actually setting up your photo. So Classic is the way to go. Unless you're just doing editing photos for like Instagram, then Lightroom CC is fine. We got another Panasonic in the house. So let's go ahead and edit this. So my preset sucks all the highlights out of the photos and then you make up for it in exposure. But because this is in a studio, and this is a tip for anyone who's bought the preset already, when you have a lot of direct lighting, you're gonna wanna try and bring some of the highlights back in, because exposure by itself is not gonna help. When you're working with natural light, it works better. You don't have to really bump up the highlights, but especially whenever I'm doing like reception stuff and there's a lot of flash involved, I usually need to bring the highlights back in for it to not feel like I'm sucking the life out of the photo. And this is way too green. So I'm gonna jump in some magenta. I'm gonna pull these oranges back just a tad. And then we have like a light stand. So I guess I'm gonna try and crop it out. The problem is, yeah, that's not gonna, that's a job for Photoshop. So little things that are bothering me are just these couple of flakes. And everyone be hating on Lightroom for editing, and yes, it's not the best for healing and all that stuff, but it's capable. It's possible. And again, as a wedding photographer, I'm trying to go as fast as possible. So having to retouch a photo super heavily is not something I'm looking to do. You know, I just want to get it looking decent. So I don't want to take anything off of her skin too much. I don't do a lot of like magazine studio editing. I like to keep stuff very natural. So you're not going to see any like heavy edits from me, but I will go in sometimes and clean stuff up. And what I'll do a lot of times as well is I'll try and do like a tiny bit of skin smoothing. So we'll pick this skin smooth here. I don't want to do too much because I don't want it to look all like extra. Yeah, I got that brush adjustment precision. Y'all gotta play I'm actually no good at it. Y'all gotta play OS. OS is a great way to learn some mouse precision. I just picked it up. I'm pretty trash at the game actually, but so a little tiny bit of skin smoothing on there. We actually might be able to get away with turning it up some. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I've noticed that brown skin seems to take the skin smoothing a little bit better. Like it doesn't look as bad on brown skin, which is weird because you would think it would make no difference, but. So here's our before and after so far. I'm gonna take this into Photoshop because I want y'all to kind of see what I would do to a photo. So like I'll take you through the actual workflow. Oh, so many questions. It stands for Wedding and Portrait Photographers International. Thank you, Xavier. I can also do photo editing, check me out. Okay, awesome, cool. Is that one more expensive? So when it comes to Lightroom Classic versus Lightroom CC, you actually, when you pay for the photographer's bundle with Adobe, you get both of them together. So you pay $9.99 a month and you get Lightroom Classic, Lightroom CC, and also Photoshop. So no, they're the same. Actually, if you already have Lightroom CC and if you're paying for the actual photographer's plan, then you already have Lightroom Classic. Natural Fields, do you have a discount code? No, I don't. I did a discount for Black Friday, but no discount codes right now. I don't have a laptop or a desktop. Which will be the best for editing photos? I'm planning to get one, couldn't decide. Me personally, I'm a very desktop person. I would rather have a desktop. You get more bang for your buck out of a desktop. This spot was bothering me. Okay, let's go ahead and finish up this photo. So again, with something like this, Lightroom's not good with removing stuff like that. It can do some decent little like, you know, cloning and stuff on small spots. But outside of anything simple like that, you want to go to Photoshop. So I'm going to right click this photo. We're going to edit in and Photoshop 2021. And that's opening up on the wrong monitor. What's the most important adjustment when creating an own preset? There's really not a specific what? Oh. Hold on. My scratch disk is full. Now I gotta figure out what folder is what. Sorry, y'all. Give me 2 seconds. We want E. So we'll put this on E. There. Are you happy now, Photoshop? Yeah, so there's not really a specific adjustment that you can pinpoint and say it's the most important adjustment for creating your own preset. The biggest thing I would say is don't base your preset off of white balance or exposure. That should be outside of your preset. And you want to, when you create your preset, try it on a bunch of different of your photos, like just a whole bunch of different photos, to make sure that it feels right across the photos. If it doesn't feel right across all of your photos, then you didn't do it right. Where's Photoshop, y'all? This thing's hating. Edit in Photoshop. I'm definitely downloading it right. Yeah, exactly. If you're paying for it, you already have Classic. Here we go. So I right-clicked the photo inside of Lightroom, and I chose Edit in Photoshop, and so now Photoshop is opening up. Now, I'm not a master of Photoshop at all, in the slightest. I barely know how to use Photoshop. So I really only come in here when I need to make these kind of adjustments to like get rid of something. So let's pull Photoshop in here so y'all can see it better. And so here's our photo. And then what I'm gonna do is just, since it's one big blurb, I'm just gonna select this whole section. And we wanna do a content aware fill. So right click and then fill. Content aware, it's gonna pull from the rest of the wall. And this is an easy one. It should be able to just get rid of that. Bloop, and there it goes. The only thing, this corner is a little weird. So what I could do again is take my lasso tool, grab this specific corner, and then do a fill again to see if it can fix that. There, much better. And there it is. And then so I would save that. And then by saving it, it should end up in Lightroom. Yep, there it is. Back in Lightroom for me to work with again. When you do this though, you don't get a before and after anymore because now it's like a totally new file. But I can, yeah, that's my final edit on the photo. I'm not gonna do both of these other two, but I will do this one here. So when I have photos in the same scene, same lighting, you can just select the photos like that and sync the settings. So this one, this highlight more, is the one I'm pulling settings from, and then this one here. So we sync the photos, and there we go. So it looks like the lighting changed a little bit here, so I want to come in and adjust a little bit. But other than that, everything's looking good. This one will be a little bit more annoying to get rid of, but I could do the same thing in Photoshop as well. What website? So you can build your preset inside of Lightroom. Like basically all you have to do is change your adjustments on a photo and then save those adjustments, and that's a preset. So let's see. Here goes some more Canon 6D. Oh yeah, this is the first photographer that we edited a couple photos. So here's another shot. Good old Canon 6D. So after applying my preset, the white balance is already just like totally off. So it needs a lot of warmth. And when you're doing your white balance, make sure you're basing it off of the skin tones. The skin tones are really what set, you know, the whole look of everything. And then they're backlit slightly, but I don't want to suck the shadows out of everything. So again, we're gonna do our adjustment brush, shadow save. Been editing for years and never used that edit in Photoshop feature. Oh, you would export it? Yeah. The export in Photoshop is cool because you don't even have to leave Lightroom really. You just like send it to Photoshop, do your Photoshop thing, hit save, and it comes back into Lightroom automatically. So here is my shadow save adjustment. Right now I have the overlay on, so that's what the red is, so I can see where I'm painting. But when I'm done with painting, I'm gonna turn that off so I can see what the adjustment looks like. 16, 1.4, 2.8, why? So I own the 2.8 and I've used the 1.4, and the 1.4 is by far like way better. It's sharper, it lets in so much more light. It's so good. I used it once and I was like, oh my goodness. So I do like the 2.8. The focusing is a little bit better, and overall it's just like larger, or a smaller lens itself. But other than that, yeah, the 1.4, I'm definitely gonna swap out my 2.8 and get the 1.4. Let me adjust this brush adjustment. There. So here's our before and after. And you can tell in the left, just from the straight out of camera, the camera was kind of cool. It saw everything cool. So, and even I think I almost made it a little too warm. Yeah. Any split toning? No, I never use split toning. I'm not a fan of split toning. It's just, it's too much sometimes. Also too, aside from split toning, I have 50 billion emails. Oh, that's because y'all are submitting photos. But yeah, split toning, I don't know. It's just too much for me. I don't ever use it. And now it's not split toning anymore. It's color grading. But yeah, I don't use it. It gets too confusing for me. Okay, so this Richard, we got a couple photos. So I'm gonna fly through these a little bit more like wedding photos, but let's see what he's using. 5D Mark II, good old 5D Mark II. Again, you don't have to upgrade every year. That's something we need to tell photographers. You don't have to upgrade every year. So here's this first one. Here's your before and after.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Oh God. Wait, I thought I turned the Siri over here scaring me. I was like, who's talking to me? I don't like using Siri. Listen for Hey Siri, no. Fuji uses Fuji body, he uses Fuji XD3, yeah. Would you concern teaching face-to-face workshops? Yes. I actually, before everything popped off, in April I was gonna do an in-person workshop in New York, but yeah. I had planned it and I was like, we're gonna do it, and then April came around and it was like, oh. So, and see, I think Lightroom can handle this. It's a little obvious. No, yeah, you gotta take that to Photoshop. Man, beach weddings. They're fun and all, but it's always just like straight on light, shadows everywhere, everybody squinting. It's like the worst. We'll bring that up a bit, and then again, our shadows. There's a little too much orange. We're gonna suck some of that orange out. That's better. Again, you don't want brown skin to be glowing orange. It's not a good look. And good old brush adjustment. So something like this. So I'm gonna do shadow save plus, and that's just, it turns it up more. Sometimes I like to be dramatic about it and then pulled back. So I like to see if there's too much, and then I can move from there rather than putting it a little bit and barely being able to see it. So here's our shadow save, and that's way too much. So we can pull it back now until it feels good, like there maybe. Yeah. So with a photo like this, as far as critiquing, I don't know how many photos were shot, but I would have picked, this stride doesn't feel good. I would have changed the stride a little bit, just to have something that looked more like she was walking rather than just kind of weirdly stepping. Can you show your photos with the 16 2.8 on a wedding? I don't have my catalog open, and I'm not going to switch to mine, but I do have some 16 2.8 photos. The question is where. That's always the question. Yeah, I'm gonna keep editing for now, but I do have 16 2.8 photos. Do you think Nikon DSLRs are good for images? Yeah, I mean, any camera is good for images. That's, again, arguing what camera brand is kind of, I don't know, it's kind of played out at this point. Cameras nowadays are good. All cameras are great. So it's more about what fits in with how you like to edit or what works best for you. Like that's what matters more at this point than which camera has the best image quality. I don't know. And that's why I shoot Fujifilm. Like after using Fujifilm, it felt right to me. And it was light and it was a little bit cheaper than most cameras. So to me, all of that made sense because as a wedding photographer, you know, it was just carrying that weight on my back for 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours on a wedding day. It was a lot. So the weight is a big advantage to me, which, you know, that's just huge. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Thank you. May this year bring you more clients. I hope so. I just had someone cancel the other day, unfortunately, because of the grand old times that we live in. Nikon DSLRs are good for images just as Canon, just as Sony's. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, what makes a photo is not the camera. It's lighting and it's understanding how to use the camera. What was my first camera was the Canon 6D, or technically it was the Canon T3i, but I almost immediately sold it just to get a 6D. So the 6D was my first and main camera. So here's another shot, everyone just kind of hanging out. I'm assuming this is the flower girl. Here's our preset on there again. And then white balance. Suck these orange out a little bit. And here's our before and after. These are great photos too. It's good stuff. I want to buy your preset. I mean, it's on the website. You can definitely go check it out. My main reason to switch from a Sony full frame to Fuji was the fact that the Fuji does 4K 60 and better 1080 than Sony. Yeah. And there's always, you know, at the end of the day, you know, there are some settings that are better between cameras. Like Sony's face detection autofocus is stupid. It's so good. But at the end of the day, like, I don't need that and I don't use it. So for me, that's not like something, whereas if someone else who really wants the best face autofocus in the world, then yeah, get yourself a Sony. It's just, you know, like pick what works best for you, but there's no like ultimate camera, you know, like it's really about you, the user, and how you use it. How long does it take you to edit a whole wedding? I can generally do a whole wedding probably in 6 to 8 hours if I can stay focused. That's the thing. Like it's hard for me to stay singularly focused on, you know, what's happening and sitting down and editing that whole time. So I don't want to lose the skies too much. So we're just gonna pull the shadows up. And again, white balance is too much orange. This shot, I feel like, just because of the angle, like I would probably come in here and just crop this thing down and throw this thing in black and white. Like personally, I like this better. The way it was cropped before, I don't know, I just wasn't feeling it. Hi John, happy birthday, thank you. Accidentally sent my images JPEG instead of RAW, so you can skip them. I might still edit the JPEGs. It's actually interesting seeing how the natural fills works on JPEGs, because it does still work. But yeah, that's okay. We'll still be able to see the great JPEGs you sent over. I got the EOS RP to get into full frame, and I'm so happy I did. So many videos on YouTube talk. Yeah, and that's the thing too. When picking your camera body or your camera company, you know, like how much information is there about your camera body? As a Fujifilm shooter, luckily I already kind of knew how to edit and I knew how to shoot when I got into it. Whereas like if you're a total noob and you have no idea what you're doing and you're on Fuji, it's gonna be a little hard because no one else shoots it. So they're gonna be like, I don't even know what your camera is. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to use it. So you're kind of on your own a little bit, and you have to understand things from a camera perspective or a photography perspective rather than just a specific camera. So here's this photo. I just edited it. I just edited this real quick. Never use mirrorless. To your photos of JPEG. Forgot to tell you about it. Yeah, no problem. Are you on the Mac one? I'm not. This is my Hackintosh. Right now, it's on the Windows side. So my computer is a dual boot computer that I built myself. And it does Windows and also Mac OS. I think, isn't there a way to, can't you see your system details or something? What has device ID and stuff? I can't show y'all that. What simulation film do you use on X-T3? Classic Chrome all day. Your profile Adobe standard, but my profile color and monochrome. Yeah, there's different profiles. So this is Patrice. We got a good old RAW file. Fuji in the house. My favorite 23 f2. What camera is this? An X-T2. So these are files that I know and I work with personally. Ta-da! And there it is. There's our edit. I have a real question. I'm moving over from another system, getting X-T3, X-T30. What 3 lenses should I get for wedding? So now that I've used a larger set of Fuji lenses, the 23 1.4 I do slightly like better than the 23 f2. Now, if you're trying to save money, the f2 lenses are great. They're what I personally use. But if you just want whatever is going to be probably the best, get the 23 f 1.4. The 35 f2 is still my favorite. I don't like the 35 f 1.4. And then get a longer lens, either the 56 1.2, or if you have the money for it, the new 50 1.0. That thing is beastie, it's so good, but it's a little expensive. Let me turn off the before and after, and let's see what camera this is. Oh, more Fuji, good old RAW files. So X-T3 with the 56. So for X-T3, I have the X-T3 preset because the colors changed a little bit between the X-T2 and 3, and even the 4. And as you see, first off, I'm gonna center crop them just a little bit better. And it's way too green, so kick in this magenta. And let's warm it up just a little bit. Just a tad, too much. Gotta turn the oranges down a little bit. See what magenta is looking like. There, and that's feeling pretty good to me. Here's our before and after. This is X-T3, so this is what I work with. Like, this is how I made the preset. But as you see, it works on all camera bodies as well. What's that drink? Oh, this is some stuff. It's called Cachava. It's like I guess a protein shake, kind of meal replacement drink. Chocolate flavor. It's pretty good. It's all natural stuff too. Not bad. You changed me a lot at first. I was inspired IG photographer with their photos, high clarity, but you're inspiring me now. Thank you. Awesome. Cool. Happy B-Day from Croatia. Thank you so much. Great photo. Good stuff. Let's see what this is shot on. X Pro 3. We got our Fuji fam in the house. This is the 1614, which is a great lens. So let's see what we can do with this. They're silhouetted. I don't know if that was the point of the photo. I hope y'all weren't trying to save the shadows. I mean, we can try. Let's. So again, you see how it sucked the life out of the highlights? But since it's like such a big highlight, I don't want to do that. So we need to bring some life back to the highlights. And we'll turn the shadows up a tad. Yeah, this is not savable. If that was the, maybe the silhouette was the point. Again, I hope so. My photo's number 22, so excited. Awesome. I'm from Indonesia, but don't have PayPal or Body Presets. I'm sorry. I hope I had the money to buy that better camera to do what you're doing. Thanks for inspiration. You're welcome. Yeah, this is a silhouette. I don't want to suck the shadows out of it like that. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it like in a spot where you can kind of see them, but look at that range though. Like, I don't feel like it's losing anything. Because again, this was at ISO 160, so like, if anything, the white balance is a little off. Here's our before and after. And I could turn the shadows back down if I wanted to and stuff, but. What device you use for live? I'm doing this on a Fuji X-T3 with the 35 f2 on it. Running into the Elgato Camlink 4K. Here's a shot from Julia. We got maternity. Let's see what camera. Oh, this one will be great black. You know what? Yeah, let's do that actually. Now that you say that, let's make a virtual copy. Let's throw that black and white in there. Ta-da! Yep. Black and white was a good choice. Thank you for that suggestion. I didn't think to do it. CR3 is some kind of Canon EOS R with a good old 50 on it. Just gonna crop in on this a little bit. And then natural fills on Canon. I think out of all the other cameras than Fuji, Canon's the one I think natural fills probably looks the best on. Like, it looks good on all camera bodies, but it especially looks good on Canon. Every time I use it, I'm always like, ooh. Cooling it down just a bit. I like my photos kind of cool. But this feels just barely off. If anything, I might have done something with his hand. This arm just feels lonely. Like it wants to do something. Just a sad and lonely arm. Like hold her around or something. Here's our before and after. If you only start with 2 lenses, which 2 should you get first? So if you're doing prime only, which is what I tend to do, I'd say get something wide. So like a 35 or a 23 if you're on Fuji, and then get something long like a 56 or an 85. That's like the 2 must-haves. Happy birthday from South Africa. Thank you so much. What device you use for live? I thought I answered that already, didn't I? I did. Please, can you wish me luck as a starting photographer with a lens and a 35? Awesome. Get in there, do that work. You'll do great, great work. All right, let's keep going. What camera is this? Got a 5D Mark IV, which this was the camera I was going to buy before I swapped over to Fuji. Would you recommend the M1? I would, but I would wait for the more professional, higher grade M1s than where they're at now. So there's our white balance. Add some more shadows in because there's not a lot of shadows going on. Suck the oranges out a little bit. And yeah, adjust the magenta a tad. I think that's good. Here's our before and after. Thanks for the response. You're welcome. Yeah, this feels good. This grass is always like a standout for me, like if the color doesn't look right. That's my photo. Yeah, my photo. Yeah, no, this looks great. Awesome, yeah, no, looks good, I like it. Let's see what camera this is. That is a Sony with a 30 on it. This is a great shot. One thing, yeah, is the straightness stood out to me immediately. Throw the natural fills on there. And magenta looks like it's totally off, yeah. Warm it up a tad. And that feels good to me. Yeah. And there's the final edit. And again, with natural fills, I'm just trying to get a nice smooth look to photos. Like, I don't need anything crazy. I just want it to look good. And then again, if I was gonna nitpick, we could come in and, you know, get rid of this spot here. That ISO was pretty high. So we could also come in and we can do some noise reduction. Turn the details up so we don't lose everything. Just to clean it up a bit, and then I'll try it again. Every time I try and do this during the stream, it like messes me up, but I'll show you my export process. So ooh, I need a 2021 folder, don't I? Look at there. Into the new year 2021. And then inside of that, I'll make a folder called YouTube. And so for export, if I was exporting for clients, we're gonna do a JPEG 100% quality. We do not resize to fit. Resolution is 300 pixels per inch. Sharpen for screen low. And then it's gonna open it up in exposure because that's where I add my sharpening and grain. I don't do sharpening inside of Lightroom. And I like to add grain to my photos. So we export. And it looks like my stream is gonna be able to handle that just fine. Here goes exposure. So yeah, I do the sharpening on the JPEG stage. So this is after Lightroom exported and it added its own little bit of screen sharpening. I'm actually just about to release this sharpening and grain preset I have in exposure. I'll be selling that as well. So it adds a little bit of contrast too. I don't know if y'all can see that difference, but it adds sharpening and grain and then contrast. So this would be the final stage. And you can see it here. Here's the before, and then the after, and before, and after. So this would be the final photo for me after I do that, and then I would save it. Are you gonna upload this live to your channel? I am. It will be on the channel there for everyone to see. Happy Born Day. Thank you so much. Hey John, how do you do with backups? Do you back up your shoots to an internal drive and another external? Do you also upload to the cloud? I do. So I have a video on that process, but just to give y'all an idea, so when I import, it imports onto the computer. Uh-oh, what is this? A bunch of movies? Oh, some YouTube stuff. So it imports onto my computer. I have a drive for where everything imports. And then I also use this setting here, make a second copy too. And it imports to a second drive I have in my computer. Keep in mind, I have a custom built computer. So I have like 50 different hard drives in this thing. So import to my main working drive, import to a backup drive. So that's 2 backups. And then the working drive, not the working drive, the backup drive is backed up to the cloud. And then at the end of the year, I also moved the working drive onto a NAS so that that's all backed up as well. So yeah, mainly you just need a bunch of copies. Like make sure you have a bunch of copies. That's exciting to hear. Nice workflow for Fuji raw sharpening, Lightroom exposure with your preset. Yeah, it's pretty much done. I just have like one little thing I need to do. CR2, so this is Canon something, EOS 5D, take it back to the OG. This thing looks great. And see, that's why, like, you know, camera companies, they need to sell product. That's what they do. They're a company, that's what they do. But honestly, y'all, you don't need to nitpick your cameras so hard. If the thing works and it works well, then it works. You don't have to upgrade every year. And you know, I'm one to talk because I do tend to upgrade all the time. But you know, like, the cameras are good. As long as they're working and you can get a good exposure and the photo looks good, there's no point in being like, oh my goodness, gotta upgrade because the photo quality's better. It's like, it's not that much better. Throw the natural feels on there. Let's do our lens adjustments. Turn up the exposure. And it feels a little warm. Turn down the orange just a tad. And that's feeling pretty good to me. So here's before and after. Can you do a how to navigate organized Lightroom? Oh, that would be a good video actually. Yeah, that's one of my focuses for this year is to try and hit a lot of like baseline starting photography subjects. So like exposure triangle, using Lightroom, like you're saying, like organization in Lightroom, doing backups. Oh, I want to do more of that stuff. So y'all are gonna see a lot of that. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick because I forgot to get my water and get myself hydrated. So we're gonna select a couple photos real quick, just so y'all can see some of the stuff I've edited so far. Boom, boom. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. All right. Got that hydration. Look at these photos. So good, y'all. So good. Can you make a video on how to understand light and using light in different lighting situations? Yeah. I'm already planning on making an exposure triangle video, and that's gonna talk about that. I'm also gonna talk about my approach and how I think about my exposure throughout the wedding day. So basically how to use manual exposure and like how I do it quickly so that I'm not like stressed out about like shooting in manual. Because when I first started, that was like a big thing. I didn't shoot in manual. I shot in aperture priority because it was just so much to think about my settings the whole time. But now I have a process of how I think about my lighting situation and my settings. So I'm definitely making some videos on that as well. Can you make a video? Oh, I saw that already. My images I sent in the Dropbox are JPEGs. Can I send the RAF? Yeah, go ahead and drop the RAFs in there. It's still open if you have the link. I don't know if, do I have it copied still? Yeah, there it is. I'm gonna get through this stuff I have now, and then I'm gonna download what's in there and then do that stuff next. Do you always do lens adjustments? I always did, but now I'm thinking of removing the look of the lens. I find myself always preferring the before. Yeah, I always use the lens adjustment. I just like the way it looks. Would you be so kind as to show what photos are all in your queue to edit? Just a quick skim. Here it goes. So many great photos. There's stuff in here I didn't even realize was in here. Y'all added stuff before I even knew it was there. Hopefully I can get through all of this. I'm gonna have to speed up my process. Well, I don't remember any of these photos. I looked at them last night too. Okay, let's try and pick up the pace a little bit. So here we are, same wedding. They're backlit a little bit, so we're gonna do a little bit of shadow saving. And I also wanna change that crop just a tad. I don't know what that is. Probably a bug or something, but it's just a little, again, I'm not super nitpicky, but when something stands out and is annoying like that, then I pretty much get rid of it almost immediately. Here's our shadow save again. Let's just do normal shadow save. Turn that back on. And okay, so I usually will paint the whole dress, but really the dress is white. There's no shadows to save on the dress, but I like to do the whole subject rather than trying to like nitpick something. Also too, when you start doing shadow saving on just like the skin area, that's where it starts looking like you're just trying to lighten people's skin. And especially with people with darker skin, that's a no-no. Like, don't do that. So if you are trying to lighten the area, because again, there's a big difference between lightening someone's skin and lightening the shadows. Obviously the color will change because darkness and light is what decides what color looks like. But if you're only doing it on the skin, it's gonna look much more like you're trying to lighten their skin. Whereas if you do the whole subject, then it'll look more like just lightening the shadows. So knock this up until it feels good. Maybe some exposure. Yeah, that's fine. I feel like it's not straight. Yeah, that works. So here's our before and after. If I upload my photos today, will they be there? Yeah, I'm gonna do another download after I get through some of these photos, but I didn't realize it was like 200 something photos. So I'm gonna do my best to get through them. We're already like an hour in. At what point in your photography career you decided to become a wedding photographer? I mean, I was pretty much a wedding photographer from the get. When I first started, I pretty much wanted to do weddings. I shot everything. So I did like a family session and a portrait session, and I did engagements and stuff. But that led me immediately to weddings. And then on like my third engagement, the bride kept grilling me about wedding photography. Now, I'd never shot a wedding in my life, so I was kind of like, I like it, it's cool. And she was like, I want you for our wedding. And I was like, oh my God. So they booked a year out, and within that year, I used the time to practice. And yeah, I kind of got to where I was at and was just doing weddings. It's kind of crazy. I think someone asked earlier if I was on Clubhouse. I am. I don't totally understand Clubhouse. I don't get it. I mean, I guess I get it. It's just a bunch of talking. I guess it's cool. Live podcast? I don't know. I don't know how to think about it, you know? This photo is pretty much the same, so I'm gonna skip that one. Let's see what this is. Canon EOS R. People loving their EOS R. It's got a Tamron 24-70 on there. Gorgeous shot. Got some straight on window light. So let's natural fills. Look at, see, and that's why I always do the correction. Sometimes it makes the photo more straight and stuff. Now, if anything, the oranges are gonna be a little much. Yeah, so I'm gonna get that white balance. Yeah. That feels better to me. It was a little too orange. This actually might be dope in black and white too. So here's our before and after in color. Do you use a tablet or stylus or a mouse? I have a mouse. That's what I'm doing all my painting adjustments with. I did. It's pretty cool. It's basically live podcast in a sense, just with a lot of authentic content. Yeah, and I think the one thing that is cool, because I've jumped into a couple conversations, is like, instead of a podcast just being you listening to stuff, if the speakers ask if anyone wants to jump in, you can literally just jump into the conversation and actually speak and be a part of the podcast. So yeah, I guess I see the point. I don't listen to podcasts, so that's probably why I'm also not totally seeing the point either. Yeah, let's do a black and white of this one. So I'm gonna right click, create virtual copy. We're gonna eat these highlights and pull this exposure back, because I want to feel that black and white. So there's our black and white version versus the color. Maybe the color is better. I don't know. Please tell me what device. Okay. I answered that question earlier for what device I'm using for live, but here it comes again. So I'm using the Fuji X-T3 as my camera, and then I use the Elgato Cam Link, running that into my computer. That's the device I use for live. Please tell us about RGB curves. Man, RGB curves is the whole, I'm not, that's a whole sit down conversation. Tone curves, I set that up once for my preset, and I have not messed with them things ever again because they're such a headache. So these are all JPEGs. So let's see how the natural fills work. Now remember, there's nothing wrong with a JPEG. You just don't have as much latitude to edit your photo. That's why people who are doing wedding photography don't use JPEGs. But for anyone who is wondering if natural fills works on JPEGs, here you go. This is a good look at it. Now the main thing is the photo needs to be kind of a neutral photo. So you see this is pretty neutral. Colors are pretty neutral. So it translated well as a JPEG. But anything outside of that, if the camera has like a very specific color setting, it might be too much most of the time. Let's go ahead and hit the rest of these photos. So yeah, like, so this photo in particular, it's a little underexposed. So I don't know how well this is gonna turn out because, yeah, the white balance was off. And not so bad. Look at there. Have you visited Nepal? I have not. I have not been out of the States yet, but I would love to go somewhere. So we got this little piece right here. We're gonna get rid of that. Boom, 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 boom. And again, natural fills, exposure was good. White balance was good. If anything, we can warm it up a tad. There's our before and after here. So yeah, good photos. Let's look at these. So these are JPEGs. This is a look at how JPEGs turn out with natural fills. And see, the main problem with JPEGs, so you're seeing here, like, white balance is an ordeal. And unfortunately, with JPEGs, you can't really dial white balance in like you can with a raw file. So it's hard to match these totally. But yeah, it looks good. So here goes the good old 6D. People, I love the 6D, y'all. It's a great camera. I have such a soft spot in my heart for the 6D. So here we are. There's our adjustment. And yet, I mean, this photo is pretty much good. I don't think there's anything I need to change, honestly. Here's our before and after. I love when the photo, like, when you get the photo good in camera, my preset pretty much is just like one click and you're like, there it is, it looks great. You should come to Portugal. Awesome for street photography. Nice. Yeah, I wish I lived in a place where I could do more street. That's what I miss about being in New York. This is a RAF. So XT3 with the 23 again. So let's do our color. And warm it up a tad. Suck the oranges out a little bit, and that's feeling good to me. Here's our before and after. And yeah, that's pretty solid looking. Yeah, the tones are so good. I wish I lived by it. Like, this is like that good old California look. I'm always jealous of the photographers in California. Not sure if it's my display. In that last wedding photo, the dress looked like it took on some blue tint. If that's true, have you felt the need to correct? No, I have not. And I had someone hit me up about that. And half of that is because of the highlights. So like if I turn the highlights up, you see how it almost changes the dress? Because obviously the dress is in the whites. But I don't feel like it. I've never felt like it was off. Like it still feels white to me. So again, everyone edits a little differently, and that's what it comes down to. Here's Julia again. CR3 is what EOS R. This doesn't feel straight to me. Might just be the highlights. Yeah, I think it's the highlights. Because I suck the life out of the highlights. The highlights are really gonna change the way the white looks. I like that crushed white look. I feel like it's too warm. Or you know what? So sometimes I like my greens to be real cool like that. But as you see, while I turn down the white balance, obviously now she looks like it's not good. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna paint in white balance. So brush adjustments, and we want to go to temp, and we're gonna brush in warmth on her, and then we can adjust from there. So here's our brush adjustments. For the live stream, I'm using OBS. OBS is like hands down one of the best, easiest to use. So, okay, even that little bit of warmth there felt good. And so now what I can do is I can adjust the warmth or coolness of the whole photo. And now she doesn't feel like she's so off as far as white balance is concerned. So yeah, don't sleep on your brush adjustments. So here is our before and after. And as you see, we got the nice cool greens in the back, but also her skin tones are looking good as well. Brush adjustments are life, y'all. XT3 paired with Elgato using OBS. Yep, exactly. That is exactly the setup. I also got a microphone. I got a Rode mic chilling right here. ARW is what, Sony? Yep, we got Sony in the house. Let's throw this natural feels on there. Get our adjustments. Adjust that white balance a bit. And that's feeling pretty good. Ooh, this photo actually might be cool in black and white too. So let's make a virtual copy. Yeah, this feels like something you would see like in like a National Geographic or something when it's in black and white. So there's our color edit versus our black and white edit. I feel like I'm feeling the black and white more, especially with this lighting up here and stuff, or either whatever this is on the windows. I have an 18-55. It's a great all-around lens, but if you want sharpness, more light, yep. CR2, so it's Canon 5D Mark III, the classic. So first off, I want to level this out, which that didn't do very well with it. Rotation is still kind of off. Maybe crop in just a tad. Throw our natural feels on there. And then everything's looking too green to me, so we need magenta. And maybe warm it a tad. So here's our before and after. Standard zoom lens for, so I haven't shot enough zoom lenses to recommend zoom lenses. I shoot only prime, and I shot like a zoom one time maybe. So I'm not very familiar with the Fuji zoom lenses. Same couple, great shot. So we're still on a 5D Mark III. Let's pull the shadows up a tad. Exposure's pretty good. I'm gonna crop this little whatever that is killing the vibe. Even this thing, I don't, it's just too silver. But again, Lightroom doesn't handle this stuff very well. This would be, yeah, that'd be something you want to do in Photoshop. So here's our before and after here. If anything, it might be a little too warm, but I think it feels good. What lens is this? The bokeh looks kind of... I'm not used to that full frame depth anymore. For Fuji's kit lens, do you recommend 16? I think the 18 to 55 I've heard is better. Here's a JPEG. Oh, I think Emily was talking about that earlier. Let's see what we can do with this though. The hardest part is that the white balance is kind of off. Yeah, that's not so bad. The highlights are too... I think that worked out. Yeah, JPEGs are hard because you can't really, okay, that's basically the same photo, so we're gonna skip that one. But yeah, it's hard. This is a great photo. I'd love to have the raw of this one. RAF. Fujifilm. It's an X-T4. White balance is always white balance. This feels pretty good to me. I'm happy with that. It seems a little blue, but I'm happy with it. Now, this is feeling like it could be black and white to me. And we have two of these photos. I actually like this other one better where you can see your eyes, but let's create a virtual copy and black and white. So there's color versus black and white. That's my pick. Yeah, second one is, but yeah, the second one is definitely better. And as per usual, I like the sync settings. So highlight the two photos, sync your settings. And here goes the next one. Just need to straighten it up a bit. So there are the two photos next to each other. Hey John, thank you for what you're doing. So happy I found your channel. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Yeah, this second one's great. Oh, we got some more good old RAW files. It's a X-T3 with the 56-1.4. What lens is that? So add some magenta in there, warm it up just a bit. And maybe crop it just a tad. Y'all know I like my center focus. So here's our before and after. I feel like I could probably warm it up still. I just don't want it to be too warm. Viltrox. Ah, okay. I was like 1.4. It's like, I don't know that lens. Thank you for recommending HoneyBook. It was a true lifesaver. Yes. Yeah, I can't function without HoneyBook in all realness. And that's the thing, a lot of people try and give me crap because they're like, oh, this guy's just out here with affiliate links. Y'all, I've been using HoneyBook for 6 years before I even started getting on YouTube. Like, trust me, it's a good tool. And I went from trying to do paper contracts and like Google Docs of who my clients were, and oh my God, just don't. Like, get yourself a client management system, really. And here we are again. This is with the 35-1.4. And white balance looks, yeah, it's too cool. But now the oranges are too heavy. Maybe there somewhere, yeah. And again, with the center weighted focus. So here's our before and after here. And see, again, when you get it good in camera, then the preset really just kind of enhances how the stuff looks. There's not much that's really changing. I've been using it for 2 weeks and it has saved me so much time. In addition to that, I had like 10 documents I would record information, and that was not work. Yeah, exactly. It's the worst trying to do it like that. And especially like, at least for me, and I'm glad I was on HoneyBook, because when 2020 happened and everyone's rescheduling and contracts have to get updated, if I did not have HoneyBook, I would have fell apart. I almost fell apart even with HoneyBook because it was just a lot. John, you know anything about the XH2? I do not. I wish I did. Same wedding. Now we're nice and close. I feel like the white balance is pretty good. And see, this because it's an XT3. That's how my photos tend to go. Like, I don't really do much to the photo. Happy birthday, thank you. What are you gonna do with all the photos after the edit? Nothing. These are not my photos, so I don't do anything with them. I edit it so y'all can see the edits and kind of how the preset works and just have some fun and hang out with everyone, but I don't do anything with the photos. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, this person submitted a fair amount of photos, but I like this. This to me is black and white. I'm gonna do a color, and this, I don't know what this is. I'm gonna do it color, which is gonna need to be cooled down, but I feel this in black and white. Like, all these close-up shots like this to me are always just black and white. Yep, so cool it down. And you see how, like, when you're editing, you need to get to the point where you can look at your raw file and pretty much know what you're gonna do to it already before you even start editing. Like, you should know, like, okay, it's too warm, it's this, it's that. Let me edit. Here we go. Fuji announcement next week. Any predictions? I don't have any. No predictions on my end. I just want to see some new cool stuff. So here's our before and after of this in color. Yeah, I love a close intimate. What lens is, yeah, 50. Good old 50 art. That's why I keep gravitating towards these photos, because this is what I used to shoot on. 6D with the 50 art. Loved it. Loved it so much. So let's go ahead and create a virtual copy. And we're gonna black and white. And then I'm gonna export this one just so y'all see what my black and whites actually look like. Because right now there's no green or anything on this. So again, here go my settings for exporting for clients. We want to export. We're gonna do JPEG 100% quality, sRGB, no image sizing, but the resolution will be 300 pixels per inch. Screen sharpening is low, and that's gonna move the JPEG into exposure for my sharpening and grain. And so I have a sharpening and grain specifically for my black and whites. It adds a bunch more contrast. You see how it punched those blacks? And it's also way more grainy. So this would be the final edit from adding my sharpening and grain. And you can definitely see it back here in this corner. Here's before, and then here's after. I love it so much, so good. Such a great shot. Happy birthday, thank you. No predictions, because you always I wish. So to be really honest, to be totally honest with you all, yes, I'm a Fuji creator. Yes, I'm a Fuji X photographer, but I don't get everything. Like the XS10, I have not even held that in my hands yet. I don't even I know nothing about it. I've never shot with it. So, you know, while it might seem like I'm probably sitting here on all kinds of cool new gear before it comes out, it really isn't. They don't tell us a lot. They really don't. So I'm excited to see what they're gonna announce, because I have no idea what it is. Oh, here goes some more Fuji X-T2 with the 18 to 55 for everyone wondering about that lens. Hey John, how do you give your photos to your clients? On flash drive, prints? So I need to get better at prints. I just kind of let them buy prints, but what I do is I use a service called PicTime. This is it here. So PicTime is a way for me to deliver people's photos. So I have different galleries online, and they can download their photos from there online. In my opinion, that's the best way to do it. So this is what I see when I'm doing stuff, but then this is what they get on their end. So they get this nice gallery where they can see the photos. Here's like a cover image. This is a 16 1.4 shot. I have the behind the scenes of this on my video, so y'all probably seen this on YouTube. But they have all the photos in here like this that they can go through, and they can see the photos. And then if they want to order something, they can come in, look at the photo, they can download it, they can buy prints. So you see they have all these print options and stuff. So yeah, PicTime is hands down one of the easiest and best ways, and it looks good. That's the point. It looks like a nice website where you can buy your stuff, rather than it just being like, here's a bunch of photos on a flash drive or from a Google download or Dropbox or whatever. So yeah, I highly recommend PicTime. So here we go. There's the color. And again, like I was saying with brown skins, the white, or not the white, the orange is what you want to worry about most. You want to have the skin glowing, but you don't want it too orange. So I'm sucking some of the orange out of the HSL. And also, let me probably cool this down a little bit. Yeah. It was a little warm. Let's bring some orange back in. We want nice, healthy looking skin, but not too orange. And this is actually feeling pretty good to me. Looks organized. Yeah, PicTime is nice. It's good stuff. It's too cool. This looks like it's like mixed lighting. Like there's a flash, probably because you can see the shadows, but then it's indoors, so it's probably like fluorescent light on the top. Oops. Is this a Nigerian wedding? So yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I'll come in and clean up again. I don't do too much of it, but if it stands out, I'll go ahead and knock it out real quick. That feels pretty good. So here's our before and after. And you can see how different the white balance totally changed the wall in the back there. Fuji on the Marvel vibe with announcements. It's a great shot. Love the greenery behind as well. John, is the 50 F1 that much better than the 56? Yes, it's definitely Nigerian. Awesome. Yeah, the church I used to go to when I lived in New Jersey was Nigerian, so I know these vibes. This is good stuff. So the 50, the places where the 50 stands out, obviously, is letting in more light at F1, and the focus is so much faster. I don't know why everyone keeps saying that it's not sharp, but at F1, to me, it looks super sharp. There goes our oranges again. You saw how I dropped the temperature. This feels good for skin tone. Where it was before, it was way too orange. You can't have brown skin looking orange like that. If anything, I can warm it up just a little bit more. But yeah, I do like the 50 a lot. I really do. My only biggest gripe, which again, y'all have seen it in the videos, is it's heavy. It's big and it's heavy comparative to like the 56 1.2. Gotta look for a Nigerian name. I always felt bad when I was at the church because I could never say anyone's names. I felt so bad, and I would forget everybody's name. It was the worst. Yeah, warm it up just a little bit. That feels better. Here we go inside the church. This is obviously shot with flash. So this one's a little hard because again, talking about orange when you have brown skin, but then you have this stained glass with a lot of kind of yellows and oranges in it. So we'll see what we'll get out of this. I can't see. I'm not sure. I think it's working. Yeah, stream looks like it's good. Cool it down some, and that feels good to me. So here we are with the before and after. Randomly just got suggested your live feed. Awesome, and I'm pretty excited that I found your channel. Cool, awesome stuff. If you are a photographer yourself and you have some raw files and you want to submit them, you can submit some raw files there. I'm trying to get through as much as I can. I'm not trying to stream all day, but we're gonna sit here, we're gonna hang out. Oh my goodness! $20? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Also, since you have such a high super chat, if you have a specific question or something you want to see, please let me know. You know, we don't take free donations over here. I want to give back. So if there is something that you're wondering about or you're curious about, please let me know. We can dive into it real quick. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, we got, oh yeah, there goes the donation. 20 bucks. Thank you so much. So this is a JPEG. This is definitely going to be hard to edit. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, this is very vibrant and stuff. I don't think natural fills is going to look good on this. You need more of like a neutral color palette. Kill that like button so that he can get suggested more. Yeah, yeah, just all good. You help me out all the time. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Love all the videos you make and happy B-Day. Thank you so much. So let's see. Oh, look at that. It actually, it worked. That looks good. I think if anything, maybe suck some of the oranges out. It's a little orangey. It's way more vibrant than the natural feels normally is, but that actually worked really well. It just kind of added like a bit more contrast, especially by sucking the highlights out. I actually like that a lot. I guess it works on, yeah, I guess it works on JPEG still. I smashed the like button on 3 different accounts. Smash, slap the like button. I was like, I try not to be like a normal YouTuber, but maybe I'll start telling people to smash the like button. So here's a JPEG again. Let's see how this one works. So here's our exposure, and then oranges are feeling too heavy. Oh goodness. Everyone send something, let's support this brother. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Magenta's too hard too. What? Yeah. Here's our before. Yeah, it's something is like JPEGs are so hard to work with. They really are, because you don't have the latitude of changing things. So stuff just be feeling off to me, but I can't adjust like close enough to do anything. So it's the worst. Y'all, thank you so much. Like really, thank you so much. I absolutely appreciate that. My heart. This is awesome. Where is this? So here we go again, and if anything, we adjust the oranges. And yeah, that feels pretty good. When the lighting and colors are pretty much in a good space, it works. But outside of that, oh, that horizon, oh no. Ah. Ah. There. So here's our before and after. Your videos are all really helpful. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Oh no. Y'all, thank you so much. Oh man. Have you ever tried Luminar AI for photo editing? I have not, but I do have it. And well, I don't have AI, I have Luminar 4. And Luminar is one of the other programs that I'm thinking about actually moving the natural feels preset to. Oh yeah, I was doing some sky replacement the other day. I haven't used Luminar enough. It's kind of weird for me. I can't, it's weird. Is PicTime free? It is actually. To start out, it's free, but once you start uploading a lot of photos, then you have to pay for it. But out of the gate, yeah, it's free. It's not free. It is free. Free. Let me see if I can pull it up. PicTime pricing. So you see the first, you get 20 gigabytes of storage for free. But there's also a 15% sale commission. So if you're selling prints, they're gonna take some of the money. Now, if you're trying to actually, if you have a lot of photos that you're doing and you don't want commission on your print sales, then yeah, you do have to pay for it. But outside of that, yeah, it's free. You can try it out for free. I have like a, I think the code when you're signing up is, it's like JBIV time. And I can't remember what it gives you. You get like a discount or a free month or something like that. Lewis is in the house. Hello, welcome to the stream. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. I work with Capture One, Photoshop, and Luminar. Yeah, I want to do natural fills inside of Capture One and Luminar. So I have to work on that. Let's straighten this out. This is Neff, so that's good old Nikon. Nikon D750. And obviously this photo is too green. So we gotta hit it off with some magenta, not too much. And other than that, it feels good. Here's our before and after. Oh man, thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah, for that $5. Thank you. Also too, again, if y'all haven't submitted your photos, please let me know and stick around because I'm gonna download the rest of the photos that y'all have been submitting as well as we keep on going through this. Yeah, no, this is good. Great photo. What, a 50 mil lens? Yeah. Looking good. So this is the same, yeah, it's the same photographer. Straighten up that horizon a little bit. And so this is probably too warm, I'm gonna assume. Yeah, it's too warm for my liking. Like right in here somewhere. Let's pull back these oranges so that we can warm it back up a little bit. That horizon is like, so here's our before and after. Which is better for editing, Lightroom or Photoshop? I think it depends on what you're trying to do. So if you are like a studio photographer who does a lot of frequency separation and makes the skin look, you know, really great and perfect and all that type of stuff, then Photoshop. That's the way to go. If you are more of like a wedding photographer or someone who shoots sessions that have a lot of photos, then Lightroom is the way to go. So Lightroom, in my opinion, it's like a speed program. It gives you the basis of everything you need for your photos, and being able to edit things, but you're missing out on some of the like more advanced features of Photoshop. But I don't think that you need both at all. Again, the only thing I personally use Photoshop for is when I need to get rid of something in a photo. That's literally all I use it for. Other than that, I'm pretty much just doing everything inside of Lightroom. Hi, you probably already said this, so you don't have to repeat if you're annoyed. What program are you using to live stream? I was asked that question like 50 times. So I'm using, well, oh, do I have my, yeah, I do. Okay. So I'm using OBS. That's what's running the stream itself. But I have an X-T3. That's what's doing my photo. So it's an X-T3 with a 35 f2 on it. This gives just a little bit of background blur, just enough. And that's running into the Elgato Cam Link. Yeah! Raquel, thank you so much for that $5. Thank you. Let's see if I can get to these questions. Happy birthday. You're a wonderful professional. Thank you so much. John, I jumped in to Capture One for Fuji. So much love. Have you tried it? Yeah, I don't like Capture One. I don't. This is the JPEG, by the way, so we're gonna just make a couple adjustments in here. Take some of that orange out. Oh. No, we can put that back where it was. Yeah, and that's the photo there. So Capture One, it's slow. It feels like I want to work on one photo and perfect this one singular photo. That's what Capture One feels like to me. And as a wedding photographer who has to edit like 1,000 photos, I just don't see how Capture One makes any sense. Like I can blow through photos in Lightroom extremely quickly, and I can still get great quality out of it as well. Yes, Capture One definitely does look better, but half the time I don't think it's that big of a deal. The dude Anson's in the house. Thank you so much, man. Shout outs to Anson too. He has a YouTube channel as well. So if you're looking into camera stuff and film stuff and reviews, definitely check out his channel as well. But yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I just got the Fuji 35F2 and it's amazing. Yeah, I love the 35F2. And like, okay, yeah, it doesn't let in as much light as the F1.4 and it doesn't, you know, but I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. So these are all JPEGs and they're basically the same. So I'm just gonna do one of them. I think out of these 4, let's just look at them a little closer. So to me, the one that stands, oh, this is a Central Park, right? The one that stands out to me the most is this one here. But I wish he was looking over to the left a little bit more. I was asked to do a wedding for my family. Any advice for me? It's gonna be my first wedding. So I have a video about tips for your first wedding, and I would highly recommend checking that video out, which let me link it for you real quick. Where is that video? Where is that video? Is it that old? I guess it is. So here's some tips for your first wedding. And then here is my top 10 favorite poses. So that should help out as well. And then just when it's family, just be careful to not get too lax. Like, take it seriously. It's easy to get lax when it's people you know or friends. Like, this needs to be your best work, so make sure that it is and work at it like it's supposed to be your best work, rather than just being like, oh yeah, it's family, whatever, nah, nah, nah. And don't let them run you just because they're family and they are familiar with you. You know, you are the professional. Make sure you act like the professional and work the wedding like that. That would be my biggest tip, aside from those 2 videos I just sent you. So here's natural feels on a JPEG. And again, the orange is way too heavy. But right around there feels good to me. Maybe cool it down a little bit. I still have a wedding film sitting on a hard drive I did for a friend. Nice. Yeah, that's the friends and family. Shooting for friends and family is like, it can be scary, honestly. Because, you know, people can expect more than you think that they're supposed to expect from you, and it can like ruin relationships. So usually I try not to shoot for family. I really don't. John, again, happy B-Day. Take a shot. Take a shot. Thank you so much. I'm actually surprised at how well the preset looks on JPEGs, because I never tested it on JPEGs. Good old Chrysler Building. So funny enough, there's a dentist that I used to go to when I lived in New York, and she's like somewhere in here. Like that was her office, like at the top of the Chrysler Building. And I was always like, what? So weird. And you guys are still friends. 6 months ago. Like, yeah, I just haven't edited your wedding yet because, yeah. Oh, this is a JPEG too. That actually worked out. How did this work? It worked. There's our before and after. ARW, some good old Sony. I love the straight lines of this photo. This is awesome. I like this photo a lot. Let me just crop to get that center weight in there a little bit more. Y'all know me and my center crops. I'm sorry, that's just me. Center crop guy. Throw the natural feels on there. And make sure the lens adjustments are on. We need more magenta. And we need to take some oranges out. Warm it up just a tad. This actually might look dope in black and white too, but the tones between this like teal and the green, I like it a lot. This is a nice shot. I like this. I like the height difference. It's cool. This is awesome. That's my photo. Awesome. That Chrysler building shot. Yeah. Good old Chrysler building. It was free, and that was the worst scenario. Free friends and family. Yeah, and see, that's exactly what I was talking about when it comes to shooting for family and friends. It's a trap. Like, it really is. You got, like, seriously be careful when it comes to shooting for family. I'm not saying to never do it, but be careful. Like, Anson's experience is a great example of that, you know? So here's our before and after. So now that I'm looking at it compared to the before, the magentas are a little high in my opinion. So I'm gonna knock those down a bit. Yeah, that feels better. I had the magentas way too high. Phil, thank you so much. My photos are image 7988, 2020, 1355. Can you recommend a speed light for the 6D Mark I? I used to use the Canon, what is that lens? It's the Canon 630. I can't remember what it's called. Oh, 600, right? 600? Yeah, the 600 EXRT. That's the flash I used to use when I was on Canon. And it's basically the same thing that I'm using now on Fuji, the Godox one. It's like the same kind of thing. Yeah, this is awesome. Let's do a black and white, and then I'm gonna do Phil's photos real quick. Again, it's not pay to play, but you know, he left the donation, so I wanna honor that to him. So I'm gonna jump to his photos real quick. But let's go ahead and get a black and white version of this as well. Yeah. So what do y'all think? Black and white or color? Yeah, I like the color better. I think the sky and the green and the teal, it really just like... Oh yeah, and that's, yeah, what am I... The 600 EXRT, or you could just Godox in general, because Godox makes the flashes for every camera brand. So like I use the V860 too. Like they make that for Canon and Fuji and so on and so forth. This is, I love this shot so much. This is a great shot. Good stuff. Let's jump to Phil stuff real quick. So image 7988. Do they have names? They don't. So let's search. Oh, did you just add the photos in? Godox 300 to go on sale again. Color, I thought it would be black and white better, but yeah, I thought the same thing. I thought the black and white was gonna be awesome, but the color, I think, the color looks really good. This is a great photo. Let me download some more of these pictures real quick. Oh yeah, this is a lot of raw files. This is gonna take a minute to download. Hopefully my internet is up to the task. Are you gonna download, my dude? Uh-oh. What is the issue? Transfer. I just want to download. I just want to download. Oh, you know what too? I'm probably running out of space on my computer. Let's empty the recycle bin. Okay, there it goes. All right, so I'll see if I can find Phil's photos later. We're gonna keep on going for now. Here we are again with a good old Sony. This is a JPEG. And it looked good before, so the preset's just gonna help it out a little bit more. That orange is a little hot. And there we go. So before and after. Yeah, it just adds more punch to the JPEGs. Here we are with our good old 6D and the 50 art again. Oh, 35 art this time. Great shot. Nice and standard. Oh, y'all saw the highlights in the background there? Actually, wait, it looked better before. But I guess I'll default. Yeah, let's just put, and then, and turn up the shadows. Not too much again. I don't want to suck the life out of the background. So here we are with our brush adjustments again. We want to do shadow save. All the preset lock, nice. Oh, yeah, I'm surprised they look so well on JPEGs. As long as the JPEG is clean, it's gonna come out pretty well. So also, if you need a little punch to your photos, so we're just throwing some shadow save on here since they're kind of backlit. I don't want to lose too much more of the background, like the sky. Obviously it's pretty blown out, but there we go. Turn it up a bit. Too much, that feels good. And so when you're ever doing shadow save like this, especially if someone has darker hair, that's a great indicator when you're taking the shadows out too much, because you see how it just like sucks the life out of everything. So if the hair starts looking weird like that, then you've shadow saved too much. Highlights are down, so now I can like adjust here and yeah, and that feels good. There's our before and after. I might actually add shadows back in. I wonder if I can save the background a little bit more. So shadows back in a little bit, and let's do another brush adjustment. Let's do highlights. So highlight save plus, and I'm gonna paint in. So the biggest tip when you're brush adjustments, make sure you turn on the auto mask, because you see how well it's like handling not picking up some of the areas. So if you want some better brush adjustments that aren't gonna like eat into everything, turn that on. It'll make it slower. Your computer might struggle trying to do it, but it'll make it easier for you to put in your brush adjustments. All right. So now, yeah, it's turned all the way down. We can save the sky a little bit. Yeah, but it's totally blown out. We can only do but so much. That's probably the final right there. Pretty good though, like it. Good old 6D. So many memories. How much do you charge for different photo sessions as a beginner? So I really think it should depend on your amount of expertise and how much, you know, just how much you've ever shot weddings before or sessions. Don't charge too little. Definitely a couple hundred, but on the same end, just, you know, be careful to be trying to charge too much, but you don't have the experience. This is a great photo, but it's JPEG. And it's not, you know, it needs a white balance help. But, so, the preset actually doesn't look too great on this photo. But that's only because it's a JPEG and I can't go in and adjust it harder. Shadow save, where to buy the effect. So that stuff just comes. Oh, this is a JPEG too. This one will work better. Them oranges are. There we go. So before and after. The shadow save stuff is built into Lightroom, except it's sometimes the newer versions don't have it in there. They're just presets that come with it though. Could I pay for a one-on-one Lightroom session? Yeah, I can. I haven't really started any of that stuff yet, but I'm gonna try and start doing that more. Cause I started doing one-on-one YouTube mentor sessions as well, just teaching people like YouTube and how to use YouTube and stuff. So yeah, I'm definitely, that's my goal this year, is to really put more education onto YouTube and then also start doing more like either in-person workshops or, you know, online workshops and things of that sort. All right, we're about to hit another import real quick, see what new photos we got. Dang, we're only on 80. We got so many photos. I gotta pick up the pace. Y'all about to make me over here edit like it's a wedding. So this is the same person from earlier, which I think had a, yep, XD3 with a 56. Obviously, you can tell the white balance is all off again because the skin tones, it's just a little too blue. So we're gonna warm it up until it feels right, which is right about there. So here we go again, and let's before and after, just so y'all can see what I mean about skin tone. You see how she looks like lifeless here? Looks like a White Walker from Game of Thrones or something. So skin tones are gonna be your best place when you wanna figure out white balance. Oh, we got subs coming through for days. Thank y'all for the subs. My email is, would love to set up a session. Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely try and hit you up. Or you can shoot me an email or hit me up on Instagram and we can talk about that. And yeah, this is pretty much the before and after. I threw the preset on there and then white balance, and it's good. This is a great photo. I love this. This is awesome. I wish I had mountains like this around me. So good. So good. Is this really the 56? Did you stop down? I feel like there should be more bokeh in the back, but... Oh yeah, F4. Yeah. But see, everyone's shooting wide open again. This was a great choice so that everything is nice and tack sharp here with the couple. And you still get a little bit of bokeh and you can see the background and stuff. Also, it saved the sky some. Yeah, because they were already at 160 ISO with 1,000 shutters, so stop down a little bit. Neff, so good old Nikon. And that's pretty much it. That feels good to me. Could we submit edited photos for your critique in the future? Yeah, maybe I'll do a photo critique stream. That'd be fun. I just recently did some critiques at the what was that workshop called? Like Photo Masters recently. So that was fun too. I like doing critiques. And again, with critiquing, you know, it's just a different set of eyes on your photos to give you different ideas. It's less of like, you did this wrong, you need to do it this way, and more of like, hey, you know, you can try out these different things for your photos. So I'm not a fan at all of like Dutch tilts. So when stuff is like this, I can't. It's like, it's rare in a photo that I really like a tilt. Most of the time it's too much for my soul. So we're warming it up a bit to get the skin tones looking right. And that feels pretty good to me. So here's our before and after. Could we submit, I second the photo critique stream. Awesome. Yeah, another thing, I have so many plans for this year. Another thing I wanted to do more often too is like more scheduled streams. Like streams that y'all know are coming up and you're gonna be able to see them and they're gonna happen and they're like scheduled and ready to go type of thing. That's a big goal for me as well. CR3, so that's Canon EOS R. Got all these new mirrorless cameras. I feel like this is gonna feel good black and white, but let's start with color. Let's pull the highlights up a little bit since we have this little spot there. We don't want to lose that. We need magenta because things are feeling too green. And they're supposed to be kind of backlit, so I don't want to pull the shadows out too much. We want to keep it kind of backlit like that. So here's that before and after. The Friday streams are great though. Good way to kick off the weekend. True. Yeah, because I usually be streaming on like Tuesday. So maybe I'll try and start doing weekend stuff more often. Let's actually black and white this one. So create virtual copy. And here's our black and white. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I love the tones on the color one. I feel like the black and white kind of loses something. Can we get a sneak peek at the next photo in queue? Third on the critique stream, so I guess it's sold. Do you ever use a bridge camera? I have the Canon, a bridge camera? Canon PowerShot. I used to love the PowerShot system. PowerShot, I had a PowerShot like way back in the day. It was my first camera that shot in RAW, and I was like, yay, I don't understand what RAW is. Here's a preview of some of the next photos coming up. I'm also gonna do an import too. And again, I'm trying to pick up the pace a little bit. I'd rather the black and white. Yeah, it's a hard small little middle ground. So here's the same thing again. Looks great. And when the exposure is good, oh no. When the exposure is good, then everything looks good. Here's before and after. These teals are so good. So good. These are basically the same. I like this walking photo way more than this where they're stationary. Because it's wide and you see this winding street, that movement of them walking, it feels right to the shot. Let's see if we can level out a little bit. Yeah, this to me is black and white. Like I almost don't like look ugh. Color is great, but this is black and white. Like it has to be black and white. There's no other question. Hold up, let me. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna export this one just so I can see what it looks like with the grain on it. I almost see if we can 16 by 9 it. Yeah, and stick them in the little corner there. That's amazing. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is a great shot. That rotating feels off. So sometimes, depending on the photo, when I'm trying to get the horizon straight, but there's not really a horizon, these wind turbines or whatever, power windmills, I don't know what they're called. But yeah, so if you saw here, when I'm trying to straighten it up with rotating, like I'm using those as what should be straight. How do you determine when black or white? It has to do with feeling, and it has to do with lighting and contrast. Because when you look at the before and after of this, do you see how there's like all this highlight information here, and then you have this big streak of shadow through the middle. You got the shadow coming through the road here, and they're also sitting kind of in the highlights. You have the shadows coming off of them that are real long. You have like this kind of bloom coming out here. You have like a dark area kind of faded in the shadows. It just, you have to look at the light. It's so either if it's an intimate photo or if the lighting has a lot going on, to me it's black and white. That's how like immediately I saw this and went like, this was black and white. That's what really helps determine a black and white. And that's something it's hard to get used to, and I'm still trying to work on it myself, which is looking at stuff for its color, not its color, but its lighting and its contrast within the lighting. Lighting only, not the color. And then yeah, again, the feeling. Sometimes stuff feels like black and white. So again, this is my exposure preset for sharpening and grain. My black and white is super grainy and has some extra contrast. So this would be the final here. And you see it adds a lot of, I like that filmy kind of look. And then just to bring it to light, here's the before, here's the after. So it's super grainy. So good. Such a good shot. Where was that photo taken? I don't know. Who is the person here who took this shot? I just got back. Not sure if I mentioned, but at the distance, stopping down would have been good also. Probably. I don't know. Let's see what this person did. I'm just going to save this. This person shot it wide open. And I think it's fine. Like, it's in focus. This is the EOS R. I mean, nothing looks off. But yeah, stopping down probably would have been a better choice. When you're shooting wide like this, thank you so much. Thank you for that $5. Thank you so much for doing this. I feel like my photos are going to be anointed. My photos are DS. Yeah, we'll look at those real quick. Madeira Island. I can't even say that. This is a great shot. Thank you for sharing this. This is amazing. But yeah, like when you're shooting wide, because half the time, the only two reasons you're ever wide open are because you want blurry background or you don't have enough light. When you're shooting wide, there is no blurry background. So technically, yeah, you could have just stopped down. And this again is a great example of why I don't share settings, because they really don't make a difference. So ISO 100, obviously it's outdoors, there's light. Cool, we get it. Wide open, okay. That wide open is a choice at that point. You're outside, it's natural light, it's bright. So it's just more so, what did you choose? Did you choose a sharper photo to stop down and lower shutter, or did you up your shutter and open up? They're both the same. It just is gonna look a little different. I almost kind of like it wide open, just because you get kind of this like faded look on the mountains in the back and stuff. So really, it's just a personal choice half the time, which is why I don't like to share settings, because like they don't really teach anybody anything. Exposure X4. So the reason I use exposure is specifically for Fuji files. Let's see if we can, yeah, this is Fuji. So specifically for Fuji files, when you sharpen inside of Lightroom, you get this thing called worms. So you see if I turn the sharpening up and I turn the detail up and we go in like, let's say 200% or something. Do you see how it looks weird? Like it shouldn't look like that. Even with the masking, like that, it shouldn't look, that's not good sharpening. And like, okay, yeah, from far out, it's okay looking, but that's just weird. So that's worms. If you've ever heard anyone saying like, oh, you should use Capture One with Fuji files because of worming. Because if I go to a different camera brand, I think this was Nikon, and I do like the same kind of sharpening, and I turn up the you see, like it's not happening the same. Like it looks much better. But Fujifilm, like Lightroom and Fuji files, just they don't play well together. So instead of sharpening inside of Lightroom and getting this weird worming, I don't do any sharpening at all. So I leave it like that, and then I do my sharpening in exposure. So I'll export the photo and just have a little bit of screen sharpening on it. So you'll see screen sharpening, sharpening for screen, low. And then at the JPEG stage, I do sharpening instead of inside of Lightroom. So that's what I use exposure for. So now this is the photo again. It's still kind of soft, no sharpening at all. And then I add my own sharpening and grain. And see, my sharpening's kind of, it's pretty heavy, but it doesn't have all that weird worming. Also too, the grain inside of exposure looks so good. Like whenever I want to touch up like film photos that I've shot, maybe just clean them up a little bit or fix the white balance, I usually do it in exposure, because if I need to add more grain to a film photo to make it look realistically grainy, exposure's grain is so much better than Lightroom. Lightroom's grain is so bad. Like it is the absolute worst. Like really, hands down. So that's why I do it. It's mainly a Fujifilm thing specifically. Anyone else, y'all don't really have to do that. But I like exposure, especially for sharpening and grain. It just looks so good. Let's see. Let me see if I can find these photos by Paula. DSC 0. Oh, are they not in here yet? Oh no, there they go. Let's hit these real quick. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for that super chat. We're gonna jump to some of your photos real quick. And again, y'all don't have to super chat for anything. I just, again, want to honor the fact, like, I respect the fact that you care enough to want to send me something. I really appreciate it. So this is just me paying it back. But please don't start sending super chats just to get your stuff edited quicker. Please don't. That's not the goal of this at all. So ARW, so this is some good old Sony. And so you see how I crushed those highlights? And because she's sitting directly in highlights, I might need to bring it back, but no, it feels good to me. Let's drop these shadows because it's a dark photo. These oranges are feeling a little too much. And I kind of want to cool it down. I love exposure. So you edit a whole wedding in exposure? I don't. Yeah, I still use Lightroom for my main editing. The girl in the red dress. Yep, I found it. I hope you get my golden retriever photo. I use both C1 and Lightroom. I shoot Fuji for street and Canon for pro work. The one nitpick I have with C1 is that I feel like the noise reduction doesn't really do anything. I've heard people say like that they think the noise reduction is like hands down the best in Capture One. This actually might need to be black and white. That magenta is too much too. There we go. So here's the before and after. The only thing with this shot for me, because his head's like halfway cut off, and I don't mind cut off heads, it's mainly I feel like it should be closer on her. It feels like it just doesn't make sense with him kind of like cut off like this. So that would be my only suggestion. Like if it was closer, and obviously we can crop in, but you're gonna miss that like background blur. So I would have loved to seen this cropped in a little bit, or not cropped, but just shot closer. But let's try a black and white actually, because I think black and white might work better here. Hey John, happy birthday. Thank you so much. Yeah, I cropped that way in way more. But yeah, I feel like cropping in is, okay, hold on. Crushing those highlights is looking weird. Yeah, like if the shot was shot like, and again, like I said, I don't mind his head being cut off. It's more so I feel like I want to see her more. But yeah, there's the before and after. And again, there's just so much light information here and shadows and stuff. I think black and white works. I started something with super chat file names, didn't I? Yeah. Phil done messed it up. Black and white for that shot is way more dramatic. Yeah. Yeah, I like the black and white. Even this like would be dope in black and white. This is still with a 24. So let's color first. Squash them highlights. And it might be too much. Everything is way too orange. So pull back the orange, pull back the white balance, and I kind of want to crop in a little bit. How do you feel about photographers doing styles shoots to help build their portfolio? I want to start doing weddings and couple shoots, but I don't have the experience. I think style shoots are great to help build your portfolio, but don't negate getting experience. And the biggest tip I would have, I actually have a video coming out soon about style shoots, so keep an eye out for that. But experience is important. So, you know, respect your couples and take whatever weddings you get. And you know, if it's not the greatest looking wedding or the best looking couple or whatever, that's fine. You don't have to show it on your website, but doing the wedding is gonna give you more experience. Styled shoots, what styled shoots should really be used for is filling in the gaps in your portfolio of what you want to actually shoot. So again, and I can't remember where I was talking to someone about it, but like, let's say you want to do weddings on like the side of a mountain or something, but you don't live anywhere near mountains. So, you know, go somewhere where there's mountains and do a styled shoot and get photos of being at the mountains and put that in your portfolio. Because again, your portfolio, what is showing in your portfolio is what you're gonna get. Couples will see that and be like, oh, that's the kind of wedding I want to have, and then they'll contact you. So for example, there was a styled shoot I did a while back. And it was at the beach. So again, like, if I want to do beach weddings, well, that's a great styled shoot because now I have beach photos. So that's what I think styled shoots are for. The biggest tip on top of what I'm talking about with styled shoot is make sure you find a real couple too. If you can, like, don't just get models because the chemistry is not going to be right. It's weird having models and then trying to be like, be all up on each other. Y'all don't even know each other. And some models are great at it, but it's just not, it's not the same. So with this style shoot, this couple, they were engaged, but they weren't married yet. They were getting married in just a couple of months. So this worked out great. And so like, yeah, it's a styled shoot, but now I have photos that I can be like, check out this beach wedding or beach wedding vibes. Yes, I can handle beach wedding vibes. I love all these shots with like just a natural look like that. This is one of my favorite shots. I'm sure y'all have seen this before. So yeah, this was a styled shoot. So I'm totally down for styled shoots. But again, don't just do styled shoots trying to get work. Styled shoots are supposed to be to fill in what you want to actually shoot and show. There goes my grainy black and whites again. This shot's my absolute favorite. I can't remember what she was doing, but she just kind of looked back. So this was all just natural. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for that super chat. Donating because you always stream on my work days. And since I work from home, it's always nice to watch. Awesome. Thank you for tuning in for the chat. Or for the blah, 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 blah. Thank you for tuning in to the stream and hanging out. But yeah, styled shoots are great. And it's a great way to get practice on what kind of photos you want to get. It's just a great way of learning how to direct a couple better. But it's not going to give you wedding experience. Keep that in mind. Styled shoots are not wedding experience whatsoever. Because a wedding day is so different. It's just so different than a styled shoot. Like, absolutely different. So, styled shoots are for getting the photos for what you want in your portfolio. They're not for getting experience. Let's jump back to Paola's. Paola? Again, I think I'm gonna like this in black and white. I pulled the highlights back in a little bit. I don't want to crush them so hard. This in color does look good though. I dropped the shadows as well. So let's black and white this also. Virtual copy, black and white. Yeah, so again, when you have photos that just have so much going on, them highlights are too crushed. Actually, I like the color one better. Black and white just feels devoid of life. How do you find styled shoots? That's the hardest part. The biggest thing in my video that I talk about is a lot of it is really, you need to know what you want to shoot and be able to bring that to planners. If you have a planner for a styled shoot, that's actually probably the best. Actually, what's today's date? I think I can show it on the stream. I just got a styled shoot published in the Knot magazine. So yeah, here's the Knot. Y'all know the Knot. Everyone knows the Knot. Let me switch to. But yeah, I did a styled shoot recently, which is what my video is that's coming up. And it got published. This is my first time ever being published in an actual magazine. So this is me, not right here. Yeah, this is, so again, here we are in a magazine. This is crop sensor, y'all. People hating, ooh, you can't shoot crop sensor. Well, here it is. This is the 56 on the XT3. So we got a full page, like a full page spread, and also a whole, like a whole section. So yeah, pretty exciting. My first time ever in a magazine, and also the knot, like that's pretty big. It's hard to see. Got my name there. You gotta buy a copy to really see it. Oh, y'all might be able to. Photography by John Branch for photography. Let's go. Let's get through the rest of these photos. We gotta kick up the speed. Here we go again. So this photo feels like it's leaning, but I guess not. So since we saw before that I preferred color, we're gonna keep this one color. Here comes the fire station. This thing is way too orange. I could have also just straight up copied the settings from the other one. Congrats. Thank you so much, y'all. Yeah, I can't believe I got it in there. Oh, I'm like not even showing y'all what I'm doing. I'm sorry, y'all. Yeah, so here are these photos. This is great stuff. I love that window lighting kind of shining through there. All right, let's hit a quick import real quick. First, let me find where I was last. Ah, this is so good. Color's so good. Okay, so yeah, this is where we were last. This is also just so good. So it should skip any thing that's duplicates, yeah, and it's gonna drop in all the new stuff. Happy birthday, congrats on the publication. That's so awesome. Saw the edits on some of my photos earlier. Awesome, yes. Oh yeah, y'all dropped a whole bunch in here. I might have to close submissions in a second. Yeah, I'm about to, time to close it up, y'all. What? I thought these were already, oh, are these non-JPEGs? Okay, cool. So let's import that. And then while that is importing, give me, oh, no. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna take a little 2-second break while it imports, and I'll be right back. Hi friends, I'm back. All right, new imports are in there. And let's go back to everything. And I'm gonna start back from where I was since we have a lot of new stuff in here now. 238 photos got me over here working. So we'll start back from where we were, which is here. We'll go on, and then anything beforehand, I'll just select things that are not edited. CR3, this is our EOS R again. Too much magenta. Maybe it's orange. Something is, yeah, it's probably too warm. Yeah, this area is beautiful. Here's our before and after. Your flat lay techniques are amazing. Work perfectly with my XT2 and 35F2. Awesome. Also, for people's photos, where is let me see if I got Phil's photos in here actually. I was gonna assume that they would be close to each other, but I guess they're not. I wonder if they're all, I can't search by creator, any field, I guess. So we can just type in Phil probably. Yep, there we go. So here's Phil's stuff from earlier. He's working with the good old 6D. My favorite. Awesome shot, love the flowers. Sunflowers are the best. And so immediately for me, it's looking like our white balance is off. Again, you can tell from skin tone, so magenta. So if anything's too green, it's always your magenta, which is gonna happen when you're in a field of flowers and there's green everywhere. Because obviously the light is casting green. And I don't think it needs to be warmed up too much actually. The warmth was okay, it was too green was the problem. So here's our before and after. Maybe we can warm it up a little bit. If someone was starting out with Fuji with an X-T3 or 4 for stills, landscape, street, architecture, what 4 lenses would you recommend? So I've been a huge fan of the f2 lenses if you're shooting prime. So 23 f2, 35 f2 definitely. 16 1.4 if you need something super wide, and then the 56 1.2 for something close, or if you have the money for it, the 50. Oh, the mom. Yeah, she was like, that's my photo, that's me. Oh, you know what? Probably center crop it a little bit more too. It's like just barely off. But yeah, no, that's a great shot. This is awesome. This is still the same camera, it looks like. Yep, good old 6D. And yeah, this feels good. I don't think I need to change anything. Pull the shadows back some. There's our before and after. Maybe warm it up, but I don't know. It feels good to me. Yeah, like that's pretty much it right there. I'm convinced after I eat, I'm buying these presets. Yeah, and again, like I said, this is not me just making a preset. This is what I use on my photos. This is literally my preset. The only difference again is that when you buy the preset, it's gonna have grain and sharpening on it inside of Lightroom, whereas I do that in exposure mainly because I'm on Fuji. But for anyone who uses Fuji, if you're doing sharpening inside of Lightroom, just turn the details down and turn the masking up and you're usually pretty much good. And here's Phil's last photo. Great shot. This is with a 58, I'm guessing is a zoom. Yeah, 24-70. 58 is like a zoom like focal length. Cause it's like weird. You know, like 58, what is that? So again, like I was saying with brown skin, so first off, everything's green. So I wanna jump just a tad bit of magenta in here. I can feel the green on everything. Not too much though. And then for brown skin, you wanna watch out for orange. And she's looking a little too orange here, so I drop down to my HSL orange saturation and pull that out just a little bit. Just so the skin's not so orangey. And I had it too exposed, and yeah, it's pretty much good there. Here's our before and after. Definitely want to buy your presets. Do the skin tones look good if I warm the greens in the slider? Yeah, because that's not gonna affect the skin tones as much. And that's something else too, like presets are a great starting place for your own stuff. So you can buy someone's preset and then just change it. So like if you don't like those crushed greens, you know, come in here and you can change the hue of the green and make them more green if you want to, you know, and you could have your greens like that. You know, that's not what I like, but if that works for you better, you know, go ahead. Same with saturation and luminance, so. You can reference your histogram. What was it? Is there anything within Lightroom that can help with actually noticing the skin tones are off? Fairly colorblind, so it can. Yeah, I don't use the histogram for colors. Yeah, mine is closed, but it can help. And I think, can't you? I don't know. I really don't know the histogram that well. Oh snap! You can just change it inside of there. Didn't know that. Also, the color grading might help you better because you can see like midtones, which is where your skin tones are gonna sit, and you can do it that way. Thanks for submitting those photos, Phil. They look great. Okay, let's jump back to where we were, which is here. John, do you have any recommendation or recommended must-have accessories for photography or even for the X-T4? X-T4 specifically, not really. My biggest must-have again is the hold fast moneymaker, but that's mainly if you shoot weddings and you need like 2 cameras at the same time. Outside of that, like there's no real big must-haves. If you had an X-T3, I would have told you this little small eye patch that I have. Because on the X-T3, my eye patches would rip all the time and it was mad annoying. So this is a must have, but on the X-T4, the eye patch is much better. So yeah, I can't think of any must haves. Chad, thank you so much for that super chat. Thanks for the stream and happy birthday. Hope you get to my 3 picks today. My name is in the file. Let's go ahead and check it out. Jump over to Chad stuff real quick. And he's shooting on some good old Fuji, the X-T30. I love my X-T30. Such a beautiful, small, beautiful little camera. So there's our preset. We're working with the 35 f2, which is one of my faves. Wait, you scroll past my photo. Yeah, I'm going back to where I was within the photo. So anything that was imported new is gonna come later. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit and then basically go back and see what was not edited and then edit that stuff as well. Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. Fuji. It just be seeing the white balance. I ain't had to change anything. Applied the preset, turn exposure. Ta-da! If anything, maybe some more magenta, but I'm happy with where their skin tone is sitting. Yeah, this is good. So that's your before and after. Love the fall color. Yeah, that's always a good look. And you know, the biggest thing, so people always swear by the 35-1.4, but for me, basically what is happening is like at 35, you're really not gonna get that much of a blurry background anyway. So 35 f2 works better. And because it's f2, it's always gonna be sharp. You can just shoot wide open all the time. I wondered, did you stop down here? No. At f2, because it's just sharp. It's f2. So to me, that is better. Faster focusing, and then f2 is like always sharp. Super chats get priority. Yeah. I'm not gonna pass up someone doing a super chat. 35 f2. Yeah, 35 f2 is my favorite. Because especially if you want to get blown out background, then you need to be shooting on like a 56 or a 90 or something like. So the 35 1.4 is cool, but to me it's like the only real benefit is bringing in more light, basically. God, every time I work with Fuji files, I just forget. I'm like, oh yeah, this is like my preset works on every camera body, but it's optimized for Fuji, which is why like you see me applying it and turning up the exposure to me and like, ta-da, because it like was mainly made for Fuji because that's what I shoot, but it works on everything. And that's a big thing too. So like, if you've ever tried to second shoot, you know, some photographers are like super picky about what camera body you shoot, but I don't care because I know my preset looks good on any camera and I can match pretty easily. So it's just kind of like, whatever. I don't care what you shoot. Are you good? Because that's what I get. Can you support me and take good photos? Because if not, I'm not going to hire you as a second. And here's our last one from Chad. Still this good old 35 f2. You see what I'm saying? And like, so it's sharp, it looks good, and you get the right amount of bokeh for that kind of focal length. I think it looks great. I don't think there's anything else. So we have whatever this is that fell into his hair. That's the kind of stuff I'll go ahead and pop out real quick. I've been leaving my 23 f2 and the 35 f2 at home and just taking the 50 f2. The 50 f2, so I used it and I liked it, but at that focal length, I wanted a little bit more background blur. His hair is getting too, but I loved the size. Oh my goodness, the size was so good. No idea why I haven't bought these presets yet. Yeah, it's easy to use and it looks really good. Hey John, I'm 16. I have 2 weeks doing photography. I know most of the basics and I want to start a photography business. How do I start building my reputation and finding clients to work for? So with building your reputation, it's really going to be just doing more work. Just do as much work as you can. And at 16, I don't know if you can totally start your own business, but you can definitely take some money under the table and just do sessions with like friends or something. But basically, even when I started, get shoots in to prove that you can do the work, show that work on like a website or something, and then that will lead to you getting more work. That's the biggest thing that you'll want to work on now. Do free shoots with friends and family, And then if you can do some cheap shoots with couples you may know, or couples of friends you may know, or something like that, start there and build your portfolio. Like, these photos are a great example. Like, if you could just take some stuff like this and throw it on a website, that's good. And then just keep building the portfolio. That's at 16, that should be your goal. By the time you're 18, you should have a decent looking portfolio. And at that point, you can start actually building a business. So again, do some free work. It's okay. And use that to build from there. How do you pick your second shooters? So for me, second photography is actually not really about the photography. It's more so about the person as a support system, because that's what they are for me on a wedding day. I need to know that I can trust them doing certain things for me on the wedding day. So that's first and foremost. So I usually meet the person. I really vet them for if they're going to be supporting me or if they're just there to try and get photos for themselves. And yeah, we just kind of go from there. Then second after them themselves, I kind of look at their work. And because I'm not super picky about what camera body people are using, what I'm more concerned about is their composition. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if your composition is very different from mine, then I can't use you because it's gonna look obviously different. I don't want my second photographer's work to stand out so heavily against my own, so that when the couple gets it and they're like, oh, this is obviously not John, or like, oh yeah, it needs to be something kind of close to me. And then aside from that is the very straightforward, like, can you take a clean shot? Do you know how to use your flash? It doesn't have to be off camera flash, but can you light the scene if you don't have light? You know, are you missing all your shots and everything's blurry? I need to know that stuff. So those are kind of the things I use for picking my seconds. But it's not like, oh, you take good photos. That's like the least. That's like the bottom. Because even the way I shoot on a wedding day is most people will have the second photographer go shoot the photos for the grooms. I don't do that. I do both the bride and the groom, me, and I bring the second with me. So for me, it's less about can you take photos and more like, can you support me? So like my favorite second, she'll grab me water bottles when we have a chance to drink and there's water bottles around. She'll, you know, have like little scissors on hand. So if something needs to be cut, she'll go grab stuff. She'll make sure the couple is fine and talk to them and things. She's just aware of what's happening around and what I need. And that's what's most important on a wedding day. I'll start doing that and hopefully I can get some clients. Thank you. Yeah. And you know, Frosty, good luck. Starting at 16 is a huge win. I didn't start photography till I was like 28 or something. So really start young and just build your portfolio, and it's gonna lead to awesome stuff. So these are great shots. Here's our before and after. Here's kind of like a detail shot. We got Christina in the house. She's the OG regular on the channel. Shout out to Christina. Thank you for always joining the streams. I feel like you've never missed one. Raph, so we're in good old Fujiland XT3. So here's our XT3. So for detail shots when I'm editing, a lot of times I'll crank up the clarity, not too much, but like around 14 or so. Because clarity gives almost like a false sharpness to your photos. So I'll, you know, throw those in there. So here's our before and after here. And this feels fine to me. This is good. If anything, maybe some more magenta because I be hating on greens. So hold up. Let me get this thing for my back is bumping. I'm old, y'all. My back hurts. I'm so old. I bought this chirp thing. It's supposed to help crack your back, but you can you can put it on your chair when you're sitting. Use it as like a lumbar support or whatever. Oh yeah. We got VA in the house. What's up? Thank you. Welcome to the stream. CR2, so we're talking Canon. Mark IV. So let's straighten this out a bit. Hit it with that preset. Way too green. And it needs to be warmed up a bit. Now, when you have couples with differing skin tones, again, the skin tone is gonna be kind of the leader of all the edits you make. You have to be careful with making things too warm because then stuff gets too orange. So again, here, like, his skin is starting to get a little too orange. So I'm gonna suck the oranges out just a little bit. And that feels better to me. Now we can warm it up a little bit more that the oranges aren't so hard. And there we are. So here's our before and after. Got another Sony White House photographer. Gonna be a Fuji one sooner or later. Yeah. That would be dope to get a Fuji photographer in the White House. Just so people can see that Fujis are legit. Too legit to quit. Too legit. Too legit. This is XT3 again. Oh my goodness, what did they do to this ceremony? Y'all, I would have had beef. Christina, I would have been mad. Look at this, y'all. Word? Word? They got like 50 different cameras and a microphone. Come on, man. It's the worst. Ah. And then see, sometimes people will do stuff like that and then they'll be like, hey, can you remove all the camera things in post? No, I can't. Look at all that. And I get if they're trying to zoom, but see, I saw a guy and I almost want to start marketing myself for doing this. Honestly, I should, because then every weekend I'll be working. I want to market myself to be able to do professional zooms for people with like multicams and like all this stuff that has a great look to it, and run it through like OBS or something and get like a professional setup. Put like 3 or 4 cameras on tripods with some long lenses, you know, and it's not blocking your photographers, but they can still zoom in and it looks great. Put some lavs on people so that the sound can come in and be set. Honestly, I'm about to go invest in it right now and start marketing. You trying to zoom your wedding because you're having a small intimate wedding because everyone's getting this sickness? Hit me up and I got you. You know what? So again, with the tilt, I just can't. I want to straighten this out. I think this feels straight. I recently purchased your preset and love it. I use the Sony a7R III. Anything you recommend for Sony files? Feel like there's a lot of sharpness and grain. So the grain, so keep in mind for anyone who has the preset already, the grain is like an artistic choice. You can turn that down. If you go to the bottom and go to effects, you can, it's here down in effects. You can just turn that down. So if the grain is not your jam, just turn it down. Also with the sharpness too. I'd be kind of heavy on the sharpness sometimes. This is clean. What camera is this? Mark IV, yep. I almost went to Mark IV. If the Mark IV didn't cost so much, I would still be on Canon today probably. But that thing cost too much. And that's what led me to Fujifilm. Yeah, Mark IV is so expensive. So here's this shot before and after. But yeah, someone talking about that Fuji juice. Like, imagine if you were the White House photographer and you had a Fuji. Just throw that thing in JPEG, you know, like, don't even gotta edit anything. Stuff's just coming out the thing just smooth and beautiful. That's my photo. Thanks for the edit. Awesome. Thanks for joining in, David. This is a great shot. You had your other one too. Good stuff. But you see how like you want everything to kind of match. So like if anything, this one needs more magenta and stuff, but that's, I like all my stuff to look very similar. Yeah, this could use more magenta. So the photos just don't look totally different, basically. So here we are again, good old XT3. And this white balance, so I'm gonna hit auto just to see where it wants to put it. So when the white balance is all over the place, that's what I'll typically do, is throw it in auto in Lightroom and then adjust from there. Rather than trying to guess with my whole life, because that's not, we ain't trying to do that. Here's our before and after. So yeah, this was just a white balance thing mainly. And one thing to keep in mind when y'all are doing white balance, if you shoot in Kelvin, which you should try to, I do auto white balance most of the time, but Kelvin comes in handy. If you start seeing stuff getting weird and people's skin tones just totally off, you need to Kelvin. Like, your white balance should always be based on the skin tones first and foremost. We got Clint with a D&G. What camera is this? Fuji X-T2. So I already know these files. And there it is. Here's our before and after. This eyeball thing is crazy. What's this, like a museum or something? Ugh. Ugh. So we got backlit, so we gotta do some shadow saving. This is a hard one to shadow save. Also, it's a little too, it's not warm enough. So that's probably good for warmth. I tend to struggle with that, and your videos have helped me a ton. Any tips on adapting more to your style of composition? The composition style is just really, the biggest thing is thinking a little bit outside of the box, and also making sure that you're okay with trying stuff that's a little different. Is at a hotel in Texas. Big out an eye on the outside of the hotel. This eyeball's crazy. White House photography uses 3 Sony A9 IIIs. Gonna be someone using GFX. Yeah. This is the whole photo. I'm gonna skip this one. This is just like a photo of the eye. Go into the iris. Ah! Oh, I broke Lightroom. Here we are, Clint with another photo. This is the 50F2 on an XT2. Yep, and these files are clean. The exposures look good, so there's not much for me to do. The orange is a little, it's a little much. There we go. Yeah. Clean. ISO 400, good stuff. That eye is wild. Yeah, that eye is crazy. JPEG. So this, I don't know what the orientation is supposed to be, but I feel like this is supposed to, I feel like it's supposed to be like this. So with flat lays, I'm super extra about making sure the photo is flat. So I'm gonna, yeah, hit it auto. You see how it was like leaning all weird? I want it to be as flat as possible, which can be hard sometimes. It also looks, so these lines aren't really that straight. This stuff is all off. And also, what lens was this? It doesn't say. It looks like it was shot with a wide lens, but close up, so you can see it kind of like bowing a little bit. But again, there's a clean shot, so it looks great. If anything, you could zoom in maybe, but we got some Sony in the house. I hate that it doesn't tell you what model. It's just like Sony. It's a Sony camera. Who cares what model it is? This was shot with something super wide. Yeah, 24. You see that bowing in the back? Let's see if we do the corrections, if that will fix it. It kind of does. It's better. Just level it out. Skin is a little orange, so again, we're gonna pull back on our oranges just a little bit. Other than that, this is clean. I'm pretty sure this is Manhattan, right? I think I know exactly where this door is. Favorite camera and why? Probably the XT3. I have a lot of reasoning. I'd probably sit here all day talking about the reasonings, but the XT3 is definitely my favorite so far. But yeah, this is clean. If anything, I would have backed them away from the wall so it wouldn't have been bowing so much. I just started my YouTube after watching How YouTube Saved My Business. Awesome. I hate being in front of the camera, but I wanted to step out of, yeah, do it, do it, get in there. And it definitely, it's hard at first, but you get used to it after a while. I have a lot of small training because I had a YouTube channel in the past, and also I used to try and stream on Twitch before I even ventured over to YouTube. So like sitting around and talking to nobody helped me get better at talking to the camera, because it used to suck streaming and just being like, okay, nobody, let's play these games. You know, like, and you're trying to have a fun time and be exciting, but there's no one there with you, so you're just like, yay, yay. It was the worst. Here's our before and after. If you saw, I dropped the oranges just a little bit, and again, I'm using her skin mainly. When you have brown skin that's a little bit lighter tone, it's easy to see if it gets too orange. So her skin is when I'm basing how much orange I want in there. Might be able to warm it up a little bit too. Favorite lens? I think it's the 35 f2. I think that's where it's at. So we have 3 photos now that are about the same. I like that first one the best. I love the expression there. We're dealing with a RAF, so that's a XT2, good old Fuji. So throw the preset on there. Let's raise the exposure some. We're backlit, so we're gonna up the shadows a bit. It's a little too orange. And I think it's too magenta, yep. So I don't want to lose anything in the photo. But we're backlit too, so I'm thinking this feels pretty good. Let me add some more magenta in there. Maybe not, no. So here is our before and after. I feel like it's too green. Yeah, I think that's good. I always have a hard white balance sometimes. White balance sometimes is the worst. That exposure is too much too. CR2, so Canon Mark III. This is pretty bright. We got a lot of green, so and make sure that's right. The oranges are a little too much. Let's bring that back a little bit. And honestly, this is feeling pretty good. Yeah, if anything, watch out for the highlights. Yep. So here's our before and after. Oh, that is tilting too. Yep, this looks good. (23F2) back to Fuji land. So I feel like it's not straight. No, it's good. We have some of the shadows are blown out a little bit, but we should be good. Too much magenta. This fluorescent light is the worst. I feel like it's not straight. This one almost wants to be black and white, but not really. But here is the before and after. Maybe let's crank down these shadows a little bit too, just to keep that dark feel. I can't tell from my phone, but when you turn down the oranges, are you doing the saturation or the hue? I usually do the saturation, because the hue is going to change the actual color of the orange, which on the preset, I like the way the orange looks. And then, so saturation is usually what I want to do. It's just like not as much orange. Does the X-T2 have a focus problem, or is it me? I think at least when I was on the X-T2, because I started on the X-T2, I noticed that the 23F2 on the X-T2 would like back focus sometimes. It would like miss the focus and shoot like behind the subject. It was weird. And when I moved to the X-T3, that all went away, and I was like, why? I like didn't understand it at all. So here is our before and after. And you saw I straightened it up a bit. This angle is kind of wonky to me. I feel like this one might work in black and white. You have the stop down for the 23F2. Yeah, the 23F2 on the X-T2 was weird. On the X-T3, it was fine. It was like good to go. But on the X-T2, it couldn't do it for some reason. There's our color versus black and white. I like the color better. That red strip, that red strip is nice. Here we are looking at some EOS Rebel T7i. Plop this on there, and this is pretty straightforward. Everything looks good. So yeah, there's not much for me to change. If anything, again, because it's mainly details, I'm gonna crank the clarity up a little bit, and this honestly looks great. It's basically the same photo, so we'll skip that one. And here we are with the same photographer. So you can already see white balance is totally off. Again, skin tones is gonna tell you where your white balance needs to sit. Definitely prefer color, the red strip in her lipstick, yeah. So I'm gonna warm this up until the skin tones feel about right. We need some magenta as well, and that feels good there. Here's our before and after. It's a little orange too. I might suck some of the orange out of it. I had the same problem missing focus, but once I stopped down to 5.6, who would have known? Yeah, the 23f2, I like it, but over the years, I've definitely gotten a little jaded with it. It leaves me hanging sometimes. Like, it really does. Like, I think I might upgrade to the 23 f1.4. This also can be warmer. Without skin tone, sometimes it's hard to judge it, but I'll judge off of something that sits kind of in the skin tones. So there's our before and after of that as well. And this is about the same, so we'll skip that as well. Uh-oh, good old Raph. Fuji X-T3 with the 16 to 55. So first off, just where this is, because the composite, like this rock is random, I'm gonna straighten this up. And it did nothing, so let's do it ourselves. And then we're gonna crop in on this. I'm a sucker for a good center focus, so I'm sorry. It's my go-to, I love it. Looks like we need more magenta. Yeah, and this feels pretty good. There's our before and after. If the 23 f1.4 had the same autofocus as the f2, yep, and it would be in weather resistance. It really would be perfect. Maybe they'll make it in the future. That'd be dope. I'd love to see them come around and do Mark IIs of like all their, like the 35 f2 and the 23 f2, or the, not the f2s, the 1.4s. So this next photo is heavily edited already. Like, it's a totally edited JPEG, or I guess it's from the iPhone. That's why it's like HDR mode. So I'm assuming the preset's gonna look bad on it because it already has so much going on. So yeah, that's not totally, I mean, it kind of works. It kind of works, but yeah, it already has a lot going on, so. Like, all the life is sucked out of these rocks. There's like no shadows at all. Got some good old Nikon. And again, here's a great example. So these oranges are too much again. So that feels better. I just turn down the saturation. And maybe it can cool down some. So here is our before and after. Here is a JPEG. So again, JPEGs are just very straightforward. There's not going to be much to change here, just making sure some of the stuff is not too much. But I'm really surprised at how good this preset looks on JPEGs, like really. Maybe I can, nope. I liked it where it was. I got the Viltrox 56 for the X-T3 and really like it. I've never used any Viltrox lenses actually. So I kind of want to try some. Someone was trying to send me one and I never got into it. So I might have to check that out at some point. Yeah, these JPEGs, y'all, are hard to work with. They really are. Here's our before and after there. I just feel like I have no range to change stuff. So I can't really like white balance correctly or get the skin tones where I want them to be. Hey John, when are your Capture One presets coming out? I don't know. I'm very close to getting it to look right, but something is off about the preset and I'm like not totally happy with it. So this is a JPEG. I'm not gonna be able to edit this because especially with all the shadows. So this is probably as good as it's gonna get. But I'm hoping soon, like really, I want to go ahead and get it out, but every time I sit down with Capture One, I can't get it to look right. So many JPEGs. Yeah, like I can't really white balance this. Okay, back to RAF. This is the XT30. This might be a black and white, yep. I wonder, I feel like I don't want to see so much of the rocks. Are we still able to upload something? Nope, we're all done with uploading photos. I want to make sure that I'm able to get to everybody's. And we're up like close to the 300 photo mark. We're like 230 and that's a fair amount of photos. So I want to make sure I can get to everybody's. This is also Fuji. This is the X-T3. So I think I was looking at these photos earlier and I noticed, I feel like the focus is off. And it's because the shutter speed is like way too low. In this setting, you should have cranked your ISO up at least, like if it was dark, maybe to 800 and brought this shutter speed up because 1/30th is not. I'm surprised it's as sharp as it is, but there's obviously camera shake. No, the submissions are all closed, Lewis. I think I'm gonna check one more time to make sure there's no more that I missed, but I wanna make sure I can get through everything we have here. But yeah, it's soft because of camera shake. Because that 1/30th of a second, like, that's scary. Here goes that tilt again. So straighten that out. Maybe crop in on it some. And we need some magenta. And some warmth. What industry or job would you like to do if photography didn't work out? That's always like the hardest question. So I majored in music production and sound design. And I like in general creating. Creating is very central to me. I have like 10 years of customer service experience, but other than that, what industries I want to be in, I don't know. I'm a very non-complicated type of guy. I just like to live and be able to pay my bills. So I guess that's like the worst answer, But that's almost how I happened onto photography too. Like, I was never a photographer. I really wasn't. I thought photography was cool and I kind of dabbled with it, but it wasn't until I needed to start actually making money that I was like, huh, people say they like my photos. Maybe I should take this more seriously. And then I practiced and trained and learned it, and kind of went from there. So I kind of just do whatever comes to me. That's the kind of person I am. I don't really have any dreams or ambitions of being something specific. I'm just happy to be able to do something. As long as there's some kind of creative loop to it, then I'm good. And so the creative loop, to me, it involves coming up with an idea, executing on that idea, and then having a finished product that you get to look at and be like, wow, look at what I did. And so photography fits that now, because my idea is taking portraits of a couple or something, or people. I'm a very people photography person. So that idea of the shot when I see it in the place, and then going out and actually doing the photo and making the photo itself, seeing the light and all that, and then coming back home and editing and stuff, that's all part of the doing. And then at the end, having a finished product and being able to be like, wow, look at this photo, you know? So as long as whatever I'm doing has that loop, I'm good. If it doesn't have that loop, we have a problem. What is this? This is also X-T3, which is why it ended up looking so great. Here's our before and after. Yeah, that worked out good. What is the 56? Love that snow. We like don't get any snow here. It like never snows. Is this the same? No. Here's a JPEG. It's the focus is off. The focus is off. Nikon 3400. Y'all, I'm about to start shooting film. I'm about to start shooting more film. I'm like really amped to shoot more film. Do you plan to come to Paris soon? Not soon, but I'd love to come. Again, I've never been outside of the States, so I'd love to visit some places. Canon Rebel SL2. Take it back. What camera is that? This is a great shot. I love this pose. This is awesome. We're gonna do a color and a black and white. So I need some more magenta, and let's dip these oranges out a bit and warm it up a tad. There's our before and after. I just need to do my lens corrections. There we go. And you see, like, that's what it keeps things looking pretty much how they were. I just want to clean it up, add some punch to it. That's really the main thing for me. I have some rolls of film I shot but don't know where to send them. You should send them to the Fine Lab. The Fine Lab online is awesome. Obviously you have to pay for shipping, and then you have to pay for them to develop it, but they scan it and stuff too, so it's really awesome. Do you usually use the top dials on the Fuji? I don't. I actually never use them. It's always funny. I was like, wow, Fujifilm top dials. I'm like, I don't use them. I just don't. Oh, this is the same photo twice. How'd that happen? Well, we'll black and white it anyway. Yeah, I like that black and white a little better, I think. The colors of the tones are really nice though too. When are we getting another full wedding day? When when there are normal full wedding days. Yeah, 2020 was the worst. That last full wedding day video I put out was like the only normal wedding I had that year because it was in February. But I'm hoping soon. Things are looking a little better, so we'll see. If anything, mid-year or closer to the end of the year, we should have some full wedding days. I have a lot of weddings. These are all JPEGs. I'm probably gonna start skipping some of the JPEGs because it's not totally conducive, because like with this I need to white balance, and you know, it's just not accurate enough. I mean, that wasn't so bad, but a lot of times it's just white balance with JPEGs. Here's the before and after. I'd love to do street with you if you come to Paris. That'd be dope. I want to do like a photo walk or something. Something cool. Also, always look for local photography shops that develop and scan. True, I have one by me that develops and scans, but I like using the Fine Lab. It's so good. What do you mean you don't use them? How do you change anything? So I do all the changing on the front and the back dial. So I have it set so that the front is my shutter speed and the back is my ISO, and then you have aperture on the ring. And that's it. So I don't really need to set anything. Now what I would like, I would love to try out the X Pro 3 and shoot it like it's film. If I did that, then obviously I would use the top dial, but it doesn't have as many top dials as like the XT3. But yeah, that's how I'm changing it. You know, shutter on the front, ISO on the back, aperture on the ring. You should come to Oregon. Beautiful. Anything West Coast, y'all. I'm so jealous. Y'all got everything. Y'all got mountains. Your forests look absolutely amazing. Did on that if ever in London. I'm about to come just do a Europe tour. Raf, what is this? XT3? XT3. So you see what I'm saying? This is not straight either. Horizontally, it's not straight. This looks like a sitcom cover or something. There's our before and after. I mainly do street. I feel lucky to live in San Francisco. Oh yeah, so much. Yeah, I miss being in New York because it was just nice. Street was like good, and there was so much happening and there's just so many layers to the photo. Y'all, my mind is blown. I've never touched those dials. Yeah, the front and back. I never used the top dials. Wait, I'm on the East Coast. Where you at? I'm in North Carolina. North Carolina. Yep, makes for quick adjustments. Exactly. Yeah, the front and back dials, you can change things like that just real quick. Okay, we're almost at the end, and then I'm gonna go back and start hitting some of the other stuff that I didn't edit. About 4 hours in. That's a stream, yo. That's a long stream. Here we go with a JPEG. D3500. Suck the oranges out. There it is. Ta-da! Just add a bit of punch. Oh yeah, I think William was talking about his dog earlier. I'm in VA, seasonally pretty here. Yeah. Like there's some cool stuff. And like the Appalachians and all that good stuff, but at the end of the day, that West Coast feel, those mountains just hit different than they do over here. There we go. A lovely little dog. Here's the J. Yeah, so like this is hard to work with, especially with the background being blown and can't really white balance or save the background. I mean, that looked better. This is not horrible, but JPEGs are hard to deal with. I love the tones and the greens though. It's so good. Thanks for doing all this. Learning so much about editing. Awesome. Glad I could help out. The West Coast really hit. Yeah, West Coast is so good. So good. Like the one time I went over there and I was just like, the light is different. The sun sets on a totally different set. The light is just totally different. Yeah, if you want forest and mountains, West Coast. If you want cities, East Coast. You know, like the cities are good. Okay, I'm gonna start skipping the JPEGs, y'all. I'm sorry for all the JPEG submissions, but we can't really edit those too well. This is some good old Canon. Maybe pull up the shadows a bit. Other than that, everything feels pretty good. It's a 35. I like the spacing here. Like, while his leg does look a little bigger, obviously because it's coming towards the frame, I like how far away you are from the subject. It feels good. Yeah, the lights, yeah. Yeah, the light is totally different. It's like crazy different. Looks like you're gonna be here all day. Gonna edit. I was like, oh no, I wasn't trying to edit for this long. This is like when I edit a whole wedding, y'all. I'm doing it for y'all. I'm doing it for you. I haven't edited in a long time either. Like, it's been a while since I've sat down and edited. Because I haven't had any full weddings in a hot minute. Do you mess with the camera calibration? I do the lens part, the lens correction stuff, but that's it. I don't touch the calibration stuff. ARW is some good old Sony. So since this is flash, I want to turn these highlights up a little bit. I don't want to crush them as much. They also have brown tones, so we don't want it too orange. So drop the temp. Make sure the oranges are in a good place. I'm gonna crop in just a little bit. So here is our before and after. Really enjoy your editing streams. It's inspiring. Awesome, so cool. The wife needs jumping. My wife and kids are like, where are you? What are you doing? I'm working. You're not working, you're just editing photos. Calibration can be seriously powerful. Yeah, that's why I don't use it. Mainly because I don't want to like mess up anything. Sometimes I feel like I tweak stuff too much and then the photo just like, ah! This is a great shot. CR3, so what are we looking at? Is that EOS? Yep, EOS R6. Yeah, no, and this feels good. Yeah, Canon takes really well to the preset. I think out of all the other brands than Fuji. Cause yeah, that looks good. Here, let's see what it looks like after I do the whole process. We're gonna export this. Bring it into exposure. How long have we been in here? I'm here since first minute. Oh, you've been, yeah, it's 4 hours, y'all. We've hit the 4-hour mark. Streaming forever. So this is just with the screen sharpening from Lightroom. Then we add my sharpening and grain. Look at that punch, y'all saw it? It's probably hard over, oh, I missed that. So see, the cool thing in exposure too is if there's something I missed and didn't see, I can still come in and do it on the exposure end of things. So I can do healing and stuff. Exposure is actually probably my favorite second program to Lightroom. But yeah, add that punch of sharpness and a little bit of contrast. And that's like the finished. And again, just so y'all can see the sharpening. Here's the before, and there's the after. I like a nice, crisp, sharp, super crisp. how you do color grading. I mean, it's really comes down to the HSL section, in my opinion. That's really what's gonna set apart how you do your color, because you're figuring out how you want your colors to look. CR2, this was a, oh, this is a Rebel 17. See, this is, again, y'all, it's not about the camera always. I couldn't even tell this was a Rebel. That ISO is kind of high though. Yeah, these settings don't make sense. At 1600 of a second, you could have dropped your ISO way down probably and brought your shutter down, because it doesn't need to be that high. Saved a little bit on the grain end of stuff. Yeah, I almost want to see this in black and white. Because, yeah, then the photo would be a little bit more sharp, at least, instead of so grainy. Let's make a black and white. Yeah. I don't know why. I think it's because just like you have all the dark tones and then like the whites and stuff. I think I like black and white better. Also too, when photos are real close, much more of a fan of a black and white. Like this too. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. 1600 ISO. This is like an auto setting. This is your camera just being like, okay, this is what we're gonna do today. And it's like, no, bro. Your ISO should not be that high and your shutter that high at the same time. That's just not, it's not. It doesn't help. 4 more to go. Don't need food. My wife actually bought me some tacos. She was like, here's some food for you. This will be black and white again. Yeah. Yeah, come on. 6400 ISO. And so, okay, if you get a shot like this, this is the photographer's crutch. If you get a photo like this, just immediately black and white it. Don't even try to do anything. If it's that muddy, you know, like just black and white it and call it a day. And say it was artistic. So artistic, bro. Look at this black and white. So artistic. Why is there so much grain? Because it's film. It's artistic. But yeah, that looked like there was enough light. With your shutter speed at 1600, you could have dropped the shutter down to like 250 and brought that ISO way back down to like at least 500 or 800 or something. So again, that comes back to understanding the exposure triangle and understanding what each setting affects in your photo. So I'm less about the actual, you know, like, oh, you need to have your shutter. So I don't like settings. I like understanding what the settings are doing, but I don't like settings. I have no idea what's going on, but you looking good, boy. The boy Brian. Yo, it's been 50 years. I hope you're doing well, man. Uh-oh, is this the same? Let's hope the ISO is not. And it's at, well, no, the lens is an f4 lens, I think. Yeah, it's the zoom lens. Yeah, 6400. That's just, it's unfortunate. And again, it's not the camera, because that's what a lot of people will do is they'll get a camera like the T7i, which is a great camera, and then be like, oh, the photos suck. It was like, they don't. This seems like it's auto settings, but it's like the camera chooses the stupidest stuff. If you shot it in manual, you could have dropped the shutter. This is probably shutter priority. That's probably what it is. It's probably shutter priority. And since the shutter is so high, it's like, oh no, gotta set the ISO mad high. So, yeah. Let's see if we can save some of the... Let's see how much we can save this. Hey folks, hello! Welcome to the stream, y'all. So I like this here. I like the tones. It looks great. Thank you. I knew my ISO was too high, but didn't realize the shutter was so high. Yeah, and that happens too. So with these critiques, I'm not trying to be like, oh, this sucks. It's especially because I was like that when I was like newer to photography. Especially because there's a lot to think about, which is why when I started, I was shooting aperture priority. Like trying to pose your person, trying to think about the light, trying to think about your settings. It's a lot when you're new to it. You're just like, so many settings and so, you know, it happens sometimes. You'll do something stupid and you'll come back home and be like, dang. I mean, I still do it sometimes. You're like, why did I have my shutter that low? What was I thinking? You know? But yeah. Lower ISO would have helped these. We're gonna see if we can save them some though. So let's bump this luminance. Let's bring some detail back. And so now this is looking all glossy and weird, but that's okay because now we're gonna export it. Well, you know what? It's a little too glossy. Let me. Okay, so let's export it and see what it looks like after sharpening. See if it looks okay. All right, so this has a little bit of Lightroom sharpening, and then we're gonna add my normal sharpening and grain, which we'll do high ISO. Because there's already kind of grain on the photo anyway. I mean, that's doable. You can tell it's soft. And I don't think there's any amount of sharpening that would help that, but it still looks great. Jared's outcome to ISO. But yeah, raising your ISO is like the last thing you want to do. So many times I wanted to cry when I first learned photography. Learning the exposure triangle helped so much, yeah. Yeah, because you come home, you're like, that was great. On the back of your camera, the photos look so good. You're like, yeah, this is awesome. Put it inside of Lightroom, and you're like, oh my goodness. ORF, what file type is that? Oh, Olympus. I've never seen the natural fills preset on Olympus files, and it looks great because it's good on everything. Y'all, why you gotta do that? See, this looks good. I haven't eaten at all today, y'all. Why you do me like that? Put it on some pasta. Look at it. Look at it. Nothing like some red meat. Does it affect your prints? It can. Like if your photos are looking too soft. Here goes some good old CR2. I feel like they're not sitting straight. Obviously, we're in a green field. This is bringing me back to some Georgia feels. Good old Georgia. Kick up this magenta a bit, warm it up a tad. And there's our before and after. So does raising your ISO just make the photo grainy, and that's why you shouldn't do it? Generally, yes. As, again, just layman's terms of understanding the exposure triangle. ISO gives you more light, but it also gives you grain. That's why everyone says you should always try and have your ISO as low as possible. Now, I don't like being like, I always have to have my ISO as low as, like, you can raise your ISO some, but just realize that more ISO equals more grain, equals a muddier photo. The lower your ISO is, the cleaner the photo. But that doesn't mean it's gonna be sharp. Higher ISO can mess up your sharpness, but at the end of the day, yeah, it adds more grain. Look at this pose. I love this shot. This is awesome. Neff is our good old Nikon. We've got a D3500. That's feeling pretty good to me there. Here's our before and after. Raising ISO also lowers the potential contrast of the image as an advanced technique. You should determine native ISO and shoot underexposed. Yeah, exactly. Raising exposure in post is better than raising ISO. Exactly. And a lot of times you'll be surprised at how much you can raise. Like there was a photo earlier. Where was that photo in the tunnel? Yeah, this photo here. So let's make a virtual copy real quick. And let's reset the photo. So this is a Fuji file. It was shot at ISO 160. So that's like pretty much as low as you can. But because the ISO is so low, we have so much more range to pull it up and still have the photo look decent. This doesn't look good because it was underexposed, but like look at the brick. Like the brick looks good. But if you look at the before, like it was pretty dark. So again, with lower ISOs, you have more of a range of flexibility basically. There's more detail. Bumping your ISO like isn't always the way. It honestly half the time doesn't even help at all. All right, I'm gonna do this next photo and then I'm gonna switch over to photos that aren't edited. See what we have left and keep banging through this. CR2 is another Canon. We can already see that the white balance is off. So we know that we're gonna have to warm this up. So tiny bit of magenta and then mainly warmth. And that's looking good. On the skin tones, let's raise these shadows a tad. Yeah. So here's our before and after. With the 50L, the 1.2 expensive lens. As a side note, using the extended range of your ISO is rarely ideal because it essentially edits. It's more complicated. Yeah, ISO, yeah. Just shoot it low as you can as possible. Underexposing is okay. Be careful with underexposing when it comes to darker skin though, because if you lose the shadows, then you messed up. But attribute, no edits. How many photos we got left? 97. That's a lot, y'all. Let's do it. No more JPEGs though. We're done with the JPEGs. So I'm sorry for all of our JPEG submitters. I'll hit one of these real quick. I'll try and hit a quick JPEG, but for the most part, JPEGs don't give us a lot of range to actually edit. Here's this little cutie. Yeah, cause see, like these reds are like popping off too hard. Can't really edit too much. Here's our before and after. That does help, thanks. And like I said, I plan on doing an ISO video, not an ISO video, but a exposure triangle one soon. And again, I always like focusing just on keeping things very simple for everybody. Like I want anybody to be able to understand the exposure triangle at a base level. So that's what I'm gonna be focusing on in my video. So we're super backlit and we're super underexposed. And this is exactly what I was talking about. I don't know if we're blown out in the shadows, but usually I don't suggest or not even backlighting, but underexposing someone with dark skin, it's usually not, it's not a good choice. Because saving it is hard. Sometimes it's impossible to make it look correct. You still have more photos left to import, right? I think there are some. I might check it real quick. It's a lot of photos, y'all. It's a lot. I knew y'all were excited. I know y'all are gonna be that excited. Here's our before and after. What we really needed for this photo, you needed a bracketed shot. So you had the underexposed and then this, and you could like HDR it rather than just blowing out the background. But yeah, this is a great example of what happens when you shoot at a low ISO as well. Like, I was actually able to save that. Like, that's a drastic difference. Happy birthday, John. Can't wait to see you make videos on how you record your YouTube videos. Yeah, I've been for a while now. I want to do like a YouTube week where I just focus on YouTube and talk about like the YouTube process. So we'll see. We'll see if it happens. Let me check one more time. I'll do one last download and see what's new. Man, I'm about to do it. There about to be 30 more photos. I'll be like, oh, so many photos. Here's a JPEG. Beautiful photo. I love these lilies. Or lily pads? Also a JPEG. We'll hit this one real quick. There's a lot of skin smoothing. I'm not a fan of overly skin smooth. Yeah, you can see it in the hands and stuff. John needs to develop a film simulator recipe. I was thinking about it for the longest time. I don't know how to pull it off though. I really love this natural fills preset. It's becoming my go-to. Awesome. This is a gorgeous photo though. But yeah, you see like on the JPEG, you're not really, like nothing really changed here. The tones of the red kind of changed a little bit, but. Happy birthday, thank you so much. Black and white? Black and white. Is this thing gonna download? This thing be hating. Yeah, black and white. I like it. This is the same, yep. And Mark III. So again, here's the same thing I be talking about with settings, which is why they're kind of pointless. So ISO 100, obviously outside. 1/4000th of a second, obviously outside. So like for someone new, that doesn't teach you anything. It makes you try and focus on settings like they're the like answer, and they're not. You understanding why you're picking those settings, that's what matters. Looking at someone else's settings don't help you. It really doesn't. I wholeheartedly believe that. Unless it's studio work where you're using strobes and flashes and stuff. It's very different. Great shot. Exposure was great. I had to do absolutely nothing to that photo. Here's the before and after. Oh, I need to fix the custom profile, which will fix that vignetting. Happy birthday from Malaysia. Thank you so much. Yep, when the photo is well lit and looks good, it's perfect. But yeah, so you know, no offense to anyone, but a lot of people ask me like, oh, can you put the settings for your photos? I'm like, it doesn't do anything. Cause even, so for example, this last photo, there's two things he could have done here. He could have stopped down some and dropped the shutter speed Only difference is the background would have been a little bit more sharp. But as someone who doesn't understand that, you would know no difference. You would just be like, wow, your settings. I mean, you could up the ISO and drop the shutter, and like there's so many combinations of how you can get the same exposure. What makes the difference is how does it affect your photo? Or even why did you choose your settings? But just looking at someone else's settings when you don't understand, not helpful. So like this you probably could have stopped down on because it's looking a little off. Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun. His zipper open. The orange is too much. It's too orange. There's like that golden hour orange. Drop your friend code. I want to play Animal Crossing. I mean, I will. Where's my Switch? Y'all, I be working hard. I work so hard. I got my Switch on hand at all. So look, I was playing Animal Crossing too. We about that life. I'm gonna do it, y'all. If you got a Switch, get on this. Let me, where's my friend code? Here we go. Here we go. Friend code. Yeah, I never have my Switch anywhere far away from me. Anytime I travel for a wedding, got my Switch. Got the Switch all day. Switch always. I was on manual focus there. Oh, well then, see, props, because manual focus is hard. So great job. This might work as black and white too. Yeah, black and white. It's something about mountains and stuff in the back and stuff in black and white. Just so good. Center them up a little bit. Use focus peaking. Yep, focus peaking is so good. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Oh, we got dirty sensors. I hate that. Whenever I stop down, oh no, those are birds. If I stop down too hard, like F11, I get those little black spots. You're like, ah, my sensor. My B-Day was yesterday. Awesome. January. So again, too much orange, but it makes sense. We're at golden hour at this point. That horizon is hurting my soul. There we go. The 5D doesn't have peaking. Oh, I really love your natural fills preset. How do you do it? Or from where do you get it? I made it myself. It took me 5 years. This is also black and white. Anything close and intimate like this to me is black and white. Always. Yep, I made the preset myself and it took 5 years. Yeah, misfocus, but that's cool. Look at that. Chromatic aberration. Still on the CR2. This has not downloaded. Oops. Touch of magenta. There we go. So here's our before and after. Go to website, purchase preset. I spent a week in Iceland and my entire Aurora time-lapse had tons of visible sensor dust. Oh no! That's the worst. Especially, you were probably like, wait, that was like the one thing you wanted to do is like, I'm gonna go to Iceland, I'm gonna get this time-lapse. So excited, sensor dust. This is saying it's not edited because it's a TIFF now. So Lightroom thinks it's just a photo that's not edited. So here's a little flat lay detail, CR2, so we're on good old Canon. Again, for detail shots, I'll crank the clarity up a little bit just to give it some false sharpness. The oranges can come down a bit, and there we go. Before and after. Do you use focus peaking and zebras on weddings? I do not. If I was doing manual focus, I would definitely use focus peaking. Focus peaking is awesome. I love it on the Fuji. I don't ever use zebras though. Especially using natural light. If I'm gonna blow out the background, it's gonna be blown out. I want to expose for the subject, and that's just a part of what comes with focusing or exposing for the subject. I think this is gonna look better black and white too, yeah. There's the before and after. This angle is a little, I feel like you can't see much. Like I don't understand what's happening. Now, if it was supposed to be like a shot to focus on like the tiara or something of that sort, I feel like bringing her hand up, almost like she was adjusting it, would help. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Greetings from the Netherlands. Hello, welcome to the stream. We got some good old Sony. Ta-da! I love when a photo is like well exposed and the white balance is good and you like don't have to do anything to it. It's just like the best feeling. Gotta head out. Love all your content. Happy birthday and best wishes. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out on the stream. And again, for everyone in here or anyone who might have to dip out, this is still gonna be live on the channel afterwards too. So definitely something you can check out later on if you want to come back in and see your own photos being edited again. All right, let's keep going. I don't know, it seems like this is not downloading for whatever reason. I'm trying to get it to download to see if there's any photos I missed. Here's the same session. Hey John, I switched to Capture One when I switched to Fuji, but I found it tedious. Exactly. Will I lose anything going back to Lightroom? In my opinion, no. Again, you just kind of have to know how to work with the files, because it's a little different than every other camera, and you just have to be aware of that. But I personally don't feel like you lose anything, but I also don't shoot, or I don't edit in Capture One. Happy birthday. We'll catch the full edit session later. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I'm gonna black and white this real quick. Crop in a little bit because it's feeling quite intimate. Did I use the right preset? Oh yeah, I did. Okay. Here's our before and after. Let me see. So many mentions on Instagram. About to share these mentions. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right. Let's get back in the zone. Oh, nice. Yo, these Sony files are clean. So good. There's your before and after. So good. Good stuff. I love this the framing too. ARW. So good old Sony. Got a cool night shot. We got some light streaks. ISO 100. Nice. Yep, F9, nice and sharp. Good stuff. Do you mostly use this preset pack for all your weddings? I do. I don't even mostly, I always use it. This is my preset. So all the work you see on my website has been edited with the same preset pack because it's my preset. It's the only thing I use. It's literally what I edit with. Oh my, I saw my photo on the bottom bar. We're gonna get there. We're close. It's building so orange, but that's just the light. If I change the white balance, it's not gonna. Bring these highlights up. I want all these lights to like glow. Dope. Keeps your work consistent. Exactly. And again, some people say that that's boring and they're like, oh, all your stuff looks the same. I'm a wedding photographer. I sell a product. You know, if I wanted to be able to make creative photo work where every photo looks super different from each one, then I would just shoot photo for art. Like, I'm doing it for work. My stuff needs to look consistent because that's what they're paying for, is my look. And as a wedding photographer, you kind of have to just understand that. You can't be like, well, I want to make super artsy and all the colors are always different and nah. Like, no one's gonna hire you unless they appreciate that, and then they will. But hey John, happy birthday. Hope you had an awesome day. Thank you so much. I've been here on the tubes all day. Here's our before and after. That orange is kicking kind of hard. Yeah, that orange was kicking kind of hard. This Dutch tilt, I'm sorry y'all. Dutch tilt hurts my soul. Can't do it. Fuji X-T4 with the 56. But the way this photo is taken, you can't really, straightening it won't really work. It also will crop it all to like the ends of the world. I noticed the X-T4 compared to the 3, I always end up having to add magenta to my photos. It's kind of crazy sometimes how different stuff shows up in Lightroom, even from like one camera difference. Here's our before and after that. Uh-oh, did I just break my hard drive? I'm over here stepping on stuff. I edited the other one of this, so we're gonna skip that one. Good old studio. Look at that lighting, so good. These are TIFFs, so basically they're JPEGs. So let's see how the preset does on these. So again, it's gonna crush the highlights. So I'm gonna bring some more highlights in because this is like flash. Oranges are way too heavy. Yeah, it's because it's a TIFF, it's hard to. Well, maybe we can still crush the highlights. But yeah, them oranges are too much, but I can't really. Yeah, skin tone's all off. That's a little bit better. I tried to pull back the I feel like the contrast is a little heavy. See what we look like if we can blacken. What camera is? Oh, because it doesn't know what camera it is. This one is a little bit better. You mentioned not liking overly smoothed out photos. What do you recommend for adding a little bit of smoothness? So I'll do skin smoothing. Like this is, it looks like there's obviously some touching up, some probably frequency separation or something. There's definitely some stuff going on here, I think. They're also fairly young too, so they could just have like nice, you know, little kids have like perfect skin. You're like, dang, once upon a time. You know what I mean? Like my skin used to look that beautiful. Now I'm old. Raph, this next photo, I'll show you what I usually do for skin stuff. Which XT3? Good old XT3. So way too green, pump some magenta in there. And cool it down. There's our before and after. Great shot. I love how many Fuji files we got up in here. Oh no, it's a JPEG! It's a JPEG. I was looking forward to getting to this shot. It's a good photo though. So there's an edit of the JPEG. It's okay. JPEGs, they're so sad because I want to edit more, but I can't. Most of these are probably JPEGs. The lens looks a lot better than I thought. I mentioned earlier I use Canon for my photo work and Fuji for my street, but I wanted this lens. You talking about this 50 to 140? And it's not, I'm using smart previews, so it's not even rendering everything as clear as it could. There's some more JPEGs. Yeah, we're gonna skip these JPEGs. This is a RAF. We got good old XT2. So Omar Gonzalez, and if y'all don't follow him, you should definitely check out his channel. He does a lot of Fuji stuff too, but he was talking about how when you meter in the fall, you especially I can't remember what he said he set his to, but you might want to do Kelvin, because I found from experience your camera gets super confused when there's all these orange leaves around, and it ends up sucking the life out of everything, and skin tones just get totally messed up. My XF35 F2 is coming today. Yeah. Question, did you already edit the photo of the steak? I did. I just want to make sure I didn't miss it. Yeah, I did the steak just a little bit ago, and I was complaining about how I was hungry. And you messed me up with your good steak photos. So here's the before and after of this. You see the skin tone, like you just gotta watch out because this orange, it'll throw everything off. Yeah, he said auto white balance will fall colors will turn to blue because yeah, exactly. That was a good little video. But yeah, that's a great tip. Because if not, again, if your skin tones are too off, what happens is even though you can change it in post, it's just not the same. This one wasn't so bad, but sometimes it gets way too blue and you can never get it back the right way. It just doesn't look right anymore. Here's these JPEGs. Here's a Neff, awesome family photo. I'm gonna get some magenta in there and warm it up. I'll probably crop in just a little bit. Beautiful family photo. Here's the before and after. Maybe turn down the orange saturation just a little bit. These are also JPEGs, but I'll hit, this will be dope in black and white. I don't have a JPEG black and white preset though. Yes, too orange. Too magenta, but I can't really adjust. I was trying to show y'all what I usually do for skin smoothing, but I want something other than a JPEG. It's an iPhone, good old iPhone shot. Yeah, you see how like JPEGs just, it kind of crunches stuff too hard sometimes, especially if there's not enough information in the photo. So it's hard to work with JPEGs. It's looking like most of these are starting to become all of our JPEGs. I guess I could metadata it out, right? Maybe not. You can't choose if it's a JPEG or not. I guess not. These I'm pretty sure are RAWs. Yeah. Happy birthday, thanks. It's Reggie. I wish I had like, I need to get a little stream thing so I can be like, Reggie Ballesteros and get some DJ calls. I feel like this could have been underexposed. Whoa, what? Secret lens. This looks like a movie. Like it really does like throw it in a 16:9. It looks like a frame from a movie. I wonder if it would look good in black and white. All that Fuji love. Yeah, hype button would be awesome. Yeah, doesn't this look like a movie frame? How cool. Great shot. I think Muhammad was in here earlier. I don't know if he's still in here. I love, this is like a junkyard. This is so cool. So good. Here's our before and after. Yeah, I don't, this is so good. I just want a 16:9 and make it black and white. Movie scene. So good. Here, let's do a color one though. Let's not get caught up. Oh, I hate how it can I just see both of them? Why does it do that? Here, let's export this. I want to see what it looks like with the grain on it too. So good. Oh my goodness, I love it. great stuff. Let's make sure we get a color in there. There's the before and after. Can I quickly see the photo of the steak? Yeah, I can go back real quick. Give me 1 second. Here's our before and after here. Okay, let's find that steak and make everybody hungry again. There it goes. Steak. Here was the before and after. Come on, Lightroom, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. There you go. All right. Back to the matter at hand. Once Lightroom decides to get its life together, we're gonna go back to non-edited photos, and we were here. Is this a JPEG? It is not. RAF. What do we got? An XT20. Nice. With the good old 3514. I think it's not straight. Yeah. Here's our before and after. How do you deal with the worm problem Lightroom has with Fuji files? So what I personally do is I actually don't sharpen in Lightroom. I do my sharpening in exposure, and I do it on the JPEG stage. Now, if I was going to sharpen inside of Lightroom, what I would do, so let's take this photo as an example. Oh, I didn't even notice the spider web. So we use this as an example. So the first biggest thing is you'll want to make sure that your details are pretty much turned down, because your details is what adds the worming in a Fuji photo. Turn that all the way down. And then with your masking, just make sure you're setting the masking how you would anyway. So like that's good masking. And to get this view, you have to hold down Alt or Option on a Mac. And then from there you can turn up your sharpening. And you see it's not worming. I don't know why everyone acts like worming is like the destroyer of life. Can't do it in Light. Oh no, worming. Oh, Lightroom. It's not that hard. Turn down the details, turn up the masking. You're good to go. Then from there, just work on your radius and how thick you want your lines to be sharpened, and it's usually good to go. Like I don't see anything wrong here. But see, look, the moment you turn the details back up, that's when you start getting the worming again. But it gets fairly sharp even without detail. Like you don't need the detail. When you create your YouTube videos, do you set up your computer as a monitor to see yourself since the screen doesn't articulate fully? No, I have I have one on my camera right now. I buy little monitors. I don't have one close to me, but I buy little monitors that I use on my cameras. The articulating screens are cool, but they're mainly for like vlogging. When you're sitting down, it's hard to even see that little thing. We got some Nikon. Maybe needs to warm. Yeah, it needs to warm up just a tad. Thanks, John. Bye-bye, Capture One. Can't wait to get back to Lightroom. Yeah, you can deal with it. And again, so if you want to see my other process, what I normally do is I actually don't use sharpening at all. So this is what I do personally. No sharpening at all. And then I export the photo. I put some screen sharpening on it. So sharpening for screen, low. open it in exposure X4 or X6, I think they're up to now or something. And then when I get into exposure, I have a preset which I'm gonna sell, which is a sharpening and grain preset. It adds sharpening and grain to your photo at the JPEG stage and a tiny bit of contrast. And so I'll do that. So here's my before and after. This is without sharpening. This is with it. So it has sharpening and grain. So I do that at the JPEG stage. So that's what I personally do. But you can also do it in Lightroom. Okay, y'all, let's get through the rest of these photos. And again, I don't know, for some reason it's not downloading any other photos. So if I did miss your photo, I'm sorry. But the main thing is thanks for hanging out on the stream. We're not done yet, but I just want to thank everyone for hanging out on the stream and just having a great time. So one random little tip, this is some getting ready photos, and I saw Derek earlier. I don't know if he's still in here. But I like to set up my scene when I'm doing getting ready photos rather than just let people kind of stand and do whatever they want to. That's why you get stuff like this with, like, you know, the stuff in the corner from, you know, their suits and things. But when you set up the scene, it's a little bit easier to not have to deal with that. This is feeling like it's gonna be black and white. I mean, color's not bad either, but the mixed lighting is the worst. This is around where I would get the skin tones, probably. Yeah, this is our before and after. But yeah, especially for getting ready photos, I like to stylize the photos a little bit more. Oh, no, Lightroom, what are you doing? So pull that exposure back, up these shadows just a tad. Honestly, I would crop in a little bit too. And that's feeling pretty good. I think maybe it can warm up a little bit, but here's from the same wedding. What focal length is this? 17. I feel like there's something about the angle that feels weird. Like, it's shooting top down like that with such a wide lens. I don't know, sometimes it looks kind of weird. Here's our before and after. I wish I had a better way to show before and afters where they were like larger. But especially for like a portrait, just as, again, feedback, like, I feel like the couple should be doing something. Like, if you're shooting this wide, I almost want to make the couple smaller. This looks like a standard portrait, and for that, I want it to be a closer shot, not so far away. So here's from the same wedding. Ooh, that ISO 3200. 1/80th of a second. So see, now, you know, I know that, yes, it's dark. So being that high with the ISO, that's fine. Because obviously that's what it's gonna take. Yeah, this looks pretty good. This angle is off. The verticality is like, yeah, it's not really totally straight. Bring those shadows down a little bit. We can probably crop in some. Was that also at 17? Yeah, it was. Yeah, I would have zoomed in a little bit. I know it's a big crowd, but 17 is wide. Here's a JPEG. We'll hit this real quick. There's that cute little engagement. It's hard though. I would white balance it more, but again, it's a JPEG. Backslash key. Oh yeah. I like putting them side by side though. But I didn't know that. Thank you for the key command. Canon Rebel T7i. Here are some 50 to 140 shots. So this is pretty dark. ISO 100. Yeah, so it's dark overall. We should be able to save it though, because it's at ISO 100. And we want to warm it up some. Yeah, and that's good. Here's the before and after. It might be a little too bright. I love, like, close-ups like this to me are just meant to be black and white. I feel like they work better. It feels like it has so much more feeling to it. L for lights out is also great to strip away the interference and to see the images. Lights, oh, what is that like? Oh, snap. Oh, snap, you can darken all the way. Who would have known? Y'all about to teach me all the key commands I didn't know about. This is a JPEG, so it's not gonna do so well, but we'll try our best. This is as good as it's gonna get. There's a before and after, basically the same pretty much. See if we can save this. Should be able to. Yeah, ISO is 100, so. But yeah, being able to pull photos back from like the dark ages, that's why you shoot in RAW. So I know some people may have just submitted JPEGs, but if you don't shoot RAW, just remember that's why, because you can take a photo and bring it back. How do you see images side by side? That is this Y by Y. It's only when you're in the develop, or when you're in the library, you can select photos and then go to the survey. What I normally like to do, which I won't be able to show y'all, but I'll open the second window up on my other monitor and I'll use survey there. And then I will, edit on my main screen and survey multiple shots from the same scene on the other monitor. This might be a black and white as well. Just because there's so much, so much contrast and stuff going on. Here's your before and after. Great shot. This is awesome. And even with some of this stuff blown out, it saved pretty well. Yeah, this one I would probably black and white as well. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much good. This worked out well as well. So here's your before and after. If anything, I need to fix this. But yeah, when you have a clean color tone, the preset works extremely well. So I'm pretty sure this person submitted the raw versions of those photos. So I'm just gonna just delete that. This is the JPEG as well, but we'll hit this one real quick. There's your before and after. I was doing the same thing, but my M1 Mac Mini would stutter while I was doing Lightroom and Survey on the second monitor. Yeah, so I haven't used my M1 Mac Mini on dual monitors yet. I don't know how it can handle that. I kind of want to try it out and see how it works. This is JPEG as well. JPEGs. This is cool. There's a look at how the preset affects the JPEG. But yeah, it's just barely changing the colors because you can't really change much on the JPEG. Oh man, I'm so sad. These are good shots too. These are all awesome shots, but yeah, TIFFs and JPEGs, I can't really do much to. 5 hours, I know. Did I hit the 5 hour mark yet? I did. Still a JPEG. If it's not a JPEG, I'll go back and like, we got doubles in here. Oh, maybe it just doubled up. Yeah, a lot of these are doubles. These are all JPEGs. Okay, let me hit a couple of these and I think we're done. Joseph! Thank you for that super chat. Thank you so much. Have you tried any plugins for Lightroom? I use Loop Deck and Fly through wedding edits. I have a tour box, which I don't use as often as I should. Sorry about that, Xavier. That thing, that thing got you. Oh yeah, Xavier, you did these shots, the studio shots, this one here. It's good stuff. I wish they weren't JPEGs or TIFFs, so I could really dig into it a little bit, but they're great shots. Here's the before and after. Again, this is not, with it being a JPEG or a TIFF. Uh-oh. Okay, I thought I lost everything. My computer's starting to lose its mind. But yeah, it's a little hard to dig into the edit. Also, this orange is hitting too hard, but yeah, you know the deal. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna hit a couple more of these JPEGs, and I think that's gonna be it. But again, I can't do much with the JPEG. So one thing we were talking about earlier was skin smoothing. So let's look at a little here. So the way that I usually handle skin smoothing. So here's our before and after. Again, it's basically the same. Oh, there goes that good old mag box. I know that from here. I got one right here. So what I usually do for skin smoothing, because again, I don't like stuff to be too heavy. So I'll go through here and fix, you know, anything that I can. This is not Photoshop level editing, so it's none of that studio work style of coverage. And my adjustment brushes, there's a preset in here for skin smooth, and I'll just do the first skin smooth. Oh, missed this. Whoa, hold up. This spot here stood out. All right, so back to our skin smoothing. So off to watch WandaVision. Have a great birthday. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out. So we're gonna do skin smoothing here. And I'm just gonna paint it on the majority of the skin. I'm not gonna be extra about it. We'll get this side a little bit just to make sure it all matches. Oh, did you get my image? I had stepped out. Ward Williams. I can't remember. For some reason, I was having issues downloading again, so I only downloaded one time, so I don't know what all made it in. So there's the skin smoothing, and it's not too heavy. I like it to be not too heavy, because when it gets too heavy, it just looks so bad. So like, let's say I turn it up to Skin Smooth Plus. Am I still selected on here? Okay, Creative Captures, thank you so much. Thank you for all this work. Happy birthday. That was an awesome way to spend the day. Yeah, thank you. So if I do Skin Smooth Plus, you see like, it's starting to look a little too smooth. If I take it even harder, like, I don't know, that just doesn't look realistic. The way it's lit on her skin, it actually doesn't look so bad, but sometimes people just take it too far, in my opinion. I just like, just a touch. Just a little touch just to clean it up a little bit. Let's see how my preset handles just JPEG right here. John is way more productive on his B-Day. This is actually the best editing session I've ever had. I don't even edit my own weddings like this, y'all. Here's the before and after, but again, it's a JPEG. There's not much changes here, so. All right, let's do a little survey mode. There's some of my favorites in the same aspect ratio. So many great photos, y'all. Thank you for submitting. This stuff is fun to do. Y'all had some great stuff up in here. Like, really good stuff. The steak. The steak, I'm so hungry. Yeah, these are all so good. Such great work. Thank you for sharing them. All right, y'all. We did it. Yeah. Oh my God, 5 hours. I've never sat down and edited for 5 hours. I'm spent. I'm done. I'm spent. Oh my goodness. So tired. All right, y'all. Do you use noise reduction in your editing process sometimes? Not really. I will sometimes, and it's on the preset. There's like a baseline noise reduction. It's very, very minimal. But for the most part, no, I don't really use it too often. I just saw them, must have, when I put my kiddos a nap. But yeah, that's it for me, y'all. I'm spent. I'm all the way spent. These are amazing photos. Y'all have some great stuff. Again, these are just a couple of my favorites, and it's just mainly how they look. But thank you everyone for all the super chats, all the birthday wishes, and I just really appreciate being able to give back to everyone. So again, stick around on the channel for hopefully some more really cool stuff going forward. I'm really hoping for a great year, but we'll see what happens. Either way, I'm gonna do what I can. We had some special guests come through, We had my boy Anson and Co. Check out his channel. Taylor Jackson came in. Y'all already know him. And if not, check out his channel. And the man himself, Reggie Ballesteros, my brother in arms, I guess I can call him. He also showed by in the stream. So check them all out. Thank you for hanging out on the stream. And I'm going to go take a break and finally eat something. Probably some steak because of that steak photo. But thank you all for hanging out, and I'll catch y'all next time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the birthday wishes, and I will catch you next time. Thank you for sharing your photos as well. All right, y'all. Peace.